All right, Mr. A. Here's an intro for you guys, courtesy of Mr. A. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta fix it. Gotta echo. Hold on, I'm gonna get out of it and then I'll get back into it. I have to mute myself. Sorry, Mr. A. Now I can play it. Hold on. Mr. A is always doing these things. All right, I'm going to show you that I pay attention to him. All right, here we go. Hold on. Let me get it back up. I was not prepared. I apologize. I wasn't prepared. All right, here we go. This is what Mr. A thinks of me. Oh, maybe. Hold on.
You looked once and you fell too fast. Velvet gloves and a dangerous smile. I had your heartbeat after a while. Smoke and gold in the midnight air. You lost your cool when I fixed my hair. One little wink and the room went dark. Baby, welcome to my bootleg heart. Step a little closer, don't be shy. You can run, but not tonight. Take my hand and play your part. Once you're in, I steal your heart. You stole my heart in the getaway car. Bootleg love in the mason jar. Shake me up, spin me around. Honey, don't you put me down. Bootleg heart, bootleg heart. You had me from the very start. Bootleg heart, bootleg heart. Now you're dancing in the dark. Bootleg heart, bootleg heart. Shot to bootleg heart. Spin me around. Don't slow down. Champagne bubbles, feather fan. I make a fool of every man. Roulette eyes and a silver spark. One kiss and you fall apart. The band gets louder, heels hit the floor. You say you've never felt this before. One more turn and you miss your start. Baby, welcome to my bootleg heart. Step a little closer, don't be shy. You can run, but not tonight. Take my hand and play your part. Once you're in, I steal your heart. You stole my heart in the getaway car. Bootleg love in the mason jar. Shake me up, spin me around. Honey, don't you put me down. Bootleg heart, bootleg heart. You had me from the very start. Bootleg heart, bootleg heart. Now you're dancing in the dark.
There you go. That is so good. I love the clothes.
You can lock the doors, kill the lights, but you'll be mine by the end of the night.
That is so funny. You got my fashion. I love that. You got my fashion. That is so flipping cute, mister. I must say. That is cute. Much appreciated. Love it, love it, love it. Love it. Okay, y'all, we have got a busy schedule ahead of us here. I am on a tight schedule. I just have a life full of being busy all the time. Okay. Oh, wait, I gotta change my banner. I remembered my banner because you guys never remind me. Okay, hold on. Let me get that stuff off of that banner. Where you at? Where you at, Summer Babe? There you are. Summer Moon, Utah Wells. Okay, so let's get into it. And we are going to be kind of going back and forth through a couple of Chris McDonough lives where he's talking about the house. In Summer's case, the descriptions are in the links are in the descriptions. They are. I promise you that. Now, one thing I want to say, okay? So, earlier on in his career, Chris McDonough had a major flub, right? But that didn't take away the years that he had as I believe he was a homicide detective. He worked on missing children's cases, etc. If you go look at the Michael Vaughn case, Chris McDonough played a big part in having conversations with Stacey Wondra. It is out there. If you guys would like for me to go over that, I went over it kind of before. I would gladly do it again. Individuals, every time that especially Don Wells went to have a conversation with Chris McDonough, individuals were ringing, trying to end that conversation very quickly. It was YouTubers, as far as I know. It could have been Tim Mullins. I really don't know. But I can guarantee you, my psychic powers say it was probably a criminal. It was a criminal calling Don Wells, who's a criminal, like, don't talk to that guy. He knows what he's doing. He's going to trick you, right? I heard that they're getting bi-weed, but for sure. Thank you, Miss Carrie Lawson. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I might do a little live on what's going on at CrimeCon this year. Holy moly. Did you guys know that JLR has the shaking hand disease? When Benny ran down that hill and he was like, why are you shaking? JLR kind of, I felt he was being a bully towards the guy. But the guy was like, why are you shaking? And I'm like, he got the shaking hand disease. What's up with that, JLR? I think that he might have been shaking a little bit, and this is my opinion. And to let y'all know, I am a commentary channel and I give my opinion. I think he was scared because I don't think he knew what that guy was going to do when he approached him. Oh, Remain Calm has it all. But that's not what we're talking about right now. But it was funny. And what they did to Jay, girl, I would have, you know what? I wouldn't have gave them their money back. I wouldn't have gave them the CrimeCon pass back. I would have found that woman and I would have just, let her meet my Knuckles. I would have said, let me introduce you to my Knuckles. And then I would have been like, now take my ass out of here. I don't incite violence over here. Okay? I don't. But dang. Chris, Nancy, y'all need to investigate that. I'm just saying. It's crazy. For sure. Okay, so we are going to start this first, Chris talking about Candace escorting him into the dungeon. Now, let me ask you guys a question. You know, Don Wells is like, I'd carry Summer to bed. I would carry her to bed. She'd say, Daddy, take me to bed. And he would carry her to bed. How the fuck did you carry her down in there, Don Wells? For real. You must be very talented, mister, to go down into that place and be able to carry your child down there. I'm just saying. Okay, now, here we go. Are you ready?
We could come in from the other side.
Well, we can, but it make more sense if you went this way.
Okay, I'll follow you. Oh man, good grief,
No, I know
girl.
if my 6-foot husband can fit down here, you can.
Huh?
My husband's 6 foot. I know if he can fit, you can.
This
Is Don only 6 foot? I thought he was taller than that. Hello, Bummer Cat.
oh my gosh.
Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
I
Not
gotta be
the
honest with
boobage
you.
on the
I went into
TV.
there, as you can tell how dark it is, and it's dark. You know, whatever the smut going on the TV.
That smut. How dare women show their boobies? Yeah, but, yeah, that's kind of not cool when you have a little girl or a girl, period. Who wants to walk into a room and daddy's looking at tatas on the TV, right? That's kind of weird. Yeah,
know,
she ran down the stairs.
This is not a good environment, and I've hit on this on a couple of videos.
He has.
In the background, but you know, the fact that this little girl would have gone down into this basement
That's right.
by herself
That's right.
with this material on that TV.
That's right.
And I've heard different things, you know, Girls Gone Wild and all that stuff. And quite frankly, I didn't know even what that was. You know,
Chris, come
call
on
me
now.
old fashioned, but you know, I'm not naive. Okay, when somebody told me,
Hello,
but,
Patty,
you know,
CM.
the fact that a 5-year-old allegedly went into this basement with that
Very
material on to
inappropriate.
play with her toys. Yeah, right. Something's not right in River City, folks.
That's right.
way to go.
This is my husband's room.
Okay.
And over
Now,
here,
see what's interesting too, what people don't really think about. I've never heard Chris McDonough come out and say that these parents are guilty of anything or innocent of anything. Everybody's still a person of interest, right? Why would a bunch of, Google certificate, journalistic, private investigating, I mean, these people, they've got all kind of accolades from Google. I'm just saying, why would they feel the need to try to disrupt and try to take away from an individual who has law enforcement background, certifiable? Why would they want to hinder any and all conversations at all? Why would they want to do that? Kind of weird, right? I would think that, like, obviously the Neal family felt that Chris McDonough would be an asset, not a hindrance to Michael's case. And I think he's been a big asset to that case. That's my opinion on that. And I really think if he would have been allowed without all the chaotic interference, I think that, Chris would have, I think he would have gotten even further than what he got in this. That's just my opinion.
well, it's a mess.
Now, I was trying to take this in pretty quickly because for officer safety, in my head, I'm still trained. I was assessing, what the heck is going on, in this arena here, because it became pretty quick. It was pretty obvious this was no environment for any child, yet alone a 5-year-old child who allegedly goes down there to play and then suspiciously vanishes from this. This is the last contact site,
And it's
what we
supposed to
would
be,
call this,
yes.
where this child was, according to the.
Now, granted, it looks totally different now. Why? Because people, out of the kindness of their heart, felt that they were going to help them just, flip that house. They were flipping that house. People were paying for it for the sake of their children, to get their children back. Well, guess who's enjoying the niceness of that home now? Ain't no freaking children. I'm just saying. And I'm sorry if I get a little feisty. Okay? I'm very passionate about this. Very much so.
Parents.
Again.
That's all right.
But this is where Summer and little
There is
Waylon was.
one light
Because
in
Waylon's
the
only
very
9.
back
Okay.
And they
of
stay
that
down
room
here.
to the right.
And these are all her toys, all her Paw Patrols, all
All her movies. She's got a movie.
Look at that. Look at that. These are all Summer's toys. Look at all them toys. For real. Who is Matt Brown? Bomber Cat. The hole in the wall. Thank you, CM. We're going to talk about the hole in the wall. He shows also the hole in the wall. Let me tell you, Killer Looks has a video. I think it's just maybe a week old or something, and I have to find it. He shows that hole in the wall again. The hole. Oh, rest in peace, Matt Brown. Wow. Alaskan Bush people. You guys remember watching that, right? For sure. Oh, rest in peace, man. Okay. Yes, it done no good, did it? Did it, Carrie?
About the
The
Savior.
boys I brought back down here after
They
she went
brought
missing because
that
I didn't
from
want them
their church.
upstairs by themselves.
You can see, that's the hole in the freaking wall. You can see that hole from across the room. Is that the hole? There would have to be, that doesn't go outside. So there would have to be access to behind that drywall, right? Am I crazy? All right, Bush people, get in here. Get your butts in here. I don't care what channel you go to. I mean, if they're going to get mad that you come over in my chat, stay in the bushes, okay? I do not want to fight about people. I don't. Line perfectly for view, no other holes around that I noticed. Rewind, Lisa. Read the fuck wine, girl. Damn. Okay, here we go. Moving on.
Okay. And this is all her toys.
Them are all, her toys. All these toys that are down here are dang near all hers, except for like the trucks and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the game system. That's the boys'.
Okay.
But them are all her toys.
And she's really into Paw Patrol. I see that.
I've been collecting.
Now, there's a little cubby hole back there. Did you guys see it? So, when you look at this, you think that it ends right there where Summer's toys are at. There's just a little bit of a cubby hole back there.
You got a movie about the
The
Savior.
boys I brought back down here after
They
she went
brought
missing
that
because I didn't
from
want them
their church.
upstairs by themselves.
Okay.
Anymore.
And this is all
And
her
them
toys.
are all,
To the
her
light.
toys. All these toys that are down here are dang near all hers, except for like the trucks and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the game system. That's the boys'.
Okay.
But them are all her toys.
I have to stop it every couple minutes because I don't want Chris McDonough coming for me. I don't. Chris, I talk good about you. I'm the only one. Oh, except for the Tennessee crew that you met at CrimeCon. Who's the Tennessee crew? I'm confused, Chris. You should have gave them all a shout out, a personal shout out. Yeah, people to shit their pants if he would have been like, ladies and gentlemen, my friend Marlena Crawford, right? That would have been funny, Chris. I'm just saying. Thank you, Carrie. Copyright disclaimer. I'm a commentator and an opinion giver. And many other names.
She's really into Paw Patrol. I see that.
Yeah, I've been collecting from day one.
What is supposed to be me? Oh, yeah, Yes, the intro was given to me by John Wiki, the Wiki Man. Thank you, Mr. A. That was cute. For real.
So, yeah, I mean, this whole environment is just atrocious. It is a dungeon. It's dark. It's damp. Her bed's on the floor. Her dad's beds are just on the other side of the wall. There's nothing.
If she would have been behind that wall, law enforcement would have known it. There was a hole in the wall. I don't know, though. If that's what you think, that's what you think.
Preventing, anything, any privacy on either side.
Allegedly, CM, Candace called him from the dollar store. They stopped at the dollar store. I know, I seen it, Mr. A. You are just on it.
It is, it's horrible. It's horrible. And it is, as I said early on, and I held this, close to my chest because I saw some things in here that I wanted to look at a little bit further. The fact that there is, a bunch of material up on the walls, covering the windows, reflection. Obviously, that's good for heat. It's good to keep the sun out, but it's not good for the mental welfare of a 5-year-old who goes in to play with toys.
I agree.
And this is the everyday environment for this sweet little girl.
And also, don't forget, a lot of Summer's toys went to the SDA church, right? And I can guarantee you the SDA church kept the toys. I'm sure the other kids play with them and stuff, there's nothing wrong with that. But that, to me, happened very quickly after Summer went missing.
That we've bought, and then these are them girls that she likes.
Mm-hmm.
Them new fashion, I don't know what they are, little princesses or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She's like all kinds. Here's one of them bracelets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's just one of them. What do they call these? Oh, this is a little pony bracelet.
Candace, is your neck burning? You got that cross necklace on. Is your neck burning? That's why you got it over the shirt. It would burn your ass if it was touching your skin. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know what they were really called.
I think my daughter at that moment to know what those were.
But she liked them, and so I just, every time I go to the garage sale, I'd buy her what she wanted.
Okay.
Whenever I got
Nothing wrong with going to garage sales, all right?
a little bit of money, I spend it on the kids.
Yeah, this is her. This.
Oh, hole in the wall. Hole in the wall. So where the hole was at in the wall was where, okay, hold on, I'll find it again.
Them new fashion, I don't know what they are, little princesses or whatever. She's like all kinds. Here's one of them bracelets.
Oh, that's just one of them. What do they call these? Oh, this is a little pony bracelets.
Yeah, I don't know what they were really called.
I think my daughter at that moment to know what those were.
But she liked them, and so I just, every time I go to the garage sale, I'd buy her what she wanted.
Okay.
Whenever If I got a little bit of money, I spend it on the kids.
Hole in the wall. There it is. It's not in the corner. It's right there. No, that ain't it. That is not the hole in the wall. I apologize. Because the hole that's in the wall is where these, you know, the bed can be seen. Right? I'll find it.
Yeah, this is her. I understand her now
Yeah.
even better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is really important.
But yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked up underneath the beds.
Oh, was that it? I believe I found it. I wish I could remember which Killer Looks video showed it.
She's like all kinds. Here's one of them bracelets.
Oh, that's just one of them. What do they call these? Oh, this is Little Pony bracelets.
Yeah, I don't know what they were really called.
I think my daughter at that moment.
Okay, sorry, Chris. I've heard you
But
say
she
that
liked
3
them, so I
times.
just- every time I go to the garage sale, I'd buy her what she wanted.
Okay.
You know, if I got a little bit of money, I spend it on the kids.
Yeah, this is her. This is.
And booze, and vapes, and the marijuana, and whatever your ass was doing.
I understand her now
Yeah.
even better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is really important.
But yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked.
Oh. I don't want to hear Chris say that again. Let me try. Hold on.
You just gave me a
Oh,
couple
wait. This has got a commercial. He threw a commercial in there on me. It's all right, Mr. McDonough. I'm a commentator channel and an opinion giver. I am commentating.
Buy her what she wanted.
Okay.
You know, if I got a little bit of
Okay.
money, I spend it on the kids.
Yeah, this is her. This is. I understand her now
Yeah.
even better. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
This is really important.
But yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked up
I keep missing it. Anyway, we know there's a freaking hole. They don't like me, Mr. A. They just stay in the bushes and hear me talk. They feel bad for me. Yes. Thank you, Carrie. I am very opinionated. You got that right. Okay, so there's a hole in the wall, damn it. Where they say, Jose said, that they would all look through that hole at inappropriate. Shut up, Lisa J. Ugh. Okay. Anywho. Don't, Lisa's telling me how to do my job. Lisa, you got a channel. Go show the hole. Go over there and show the hole, lady. Damn. Okay, because a lot of us already know about the case, and we know there's a hole in the freaking wall. Jose said that the kids would watch things that inappropriate things going on in the dungeon. I bet there was some grown-ups who was watching inappropriate things going down in the dungeon too, right? Oh, Mr. A, that's a sweet way to say it. I don't care, Lisa. Girl, why you get on my nerves so bad? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Okay, anywho.
underneath the beds under there. We can't really get on. I can't get under there.
Yeah.
But I looked under.
I looked under the beds, but I can't get under there. Summer's 5 years old. If you don't think that if Candace wasn't hollering for her and she didn't answer, and I'm sure Candace would get very angry, right? She's like, Summer, rawr, right?
There, looked under every blanket I could possibly look under.
Yep.
So that's her excuse and narrative that she fills in to how much searching she did that day.
Lisa. Oh, sorry, Lisa Thompson. That is funny. It's not appropriate for young boys of that age. No, it's not. It is not.
Okay. And, you know, I'm sure the authorities have 1,000 pictures
I'm sure they do
and
too.
she wants to get out of there. She does not want me to focus into the bed,
Don't look at the
either of the beds,
beds.
any of the beds. And obviously, I'm not there, conducting an investigation. I'm trying to, just get a feel for the environment to help.
Because I dog on Lisa Jeton so much. I just looked at the Lisa. I'm sorry, Lisa Thompson.
Find Summer. And so, but she gets right through that door pretty quickly, and she does something interesting. She turns and she tells me, I'm not sure if this door was locked or open.
I'm not sure if the door was locked or open. Now, it's kind of weird. She wouldn't know though, right? Because she didn't really go down in the dungeon, right? After she got home. She didn't go down in the dungeon at all, right? She was upstairs. No in, no out. No in, no out. Huh.
And the reason for that is back early on, we had a conversation about, her getting jumped on because, they said it was, they didn't know if it was locked, or they said it was locked. And so what she's doing.
They did. Don was like, I think the door was locked. I don't know if it was locked. I think it was unlocked. Don't break my door. Don't break my door, Candace. That wasn't the door he was talking about, as far as I know. But, so neither one would know. A lot of what transpired in these interviews, if you want to call it that, plagued social media, YouTube at the time. Most of those interviews were Don coming out and going. They were basically answering or trying to, I don't want to say change a narrative. You guys know what I mean. You know what I mean. They were coming out trying to debunk anything that was being said. Yeah, Don wouldn't have known. He wasn't there. And Candace did not admit to going down in the basement anytime that day. Anytime that day. She didn't admit to it.
Here is she's going to qualify that statement one more time.
Yes,
and put it
qualifying.
on
That's a
this
good
video.
word, Chris. That's why you got, I only got Google certificates. Qualifying. They were continuously qualifying things that other individuals were asking, saying,
And then I come over here and I look on one side.
Now, I saw that in the corner. I thought it was a weapon at first, but I couldn't tell because
Yeah,
it's so dark.
And
And to this day,
I don't recall if this was locked or not.
Right.
a weapon, Chris. What kind of weapon could it have been? It might have been. Let me tell you something. I am a proud owner of baseball bats. One day, I'm going to sell them. Just ain't had time. Because it costs so much to get them graded. I mean, I'm not changing the subject of what we're talking about. But if you are an owner of football, baseball, basketball, baseball bats, you have to get them graded to make the money off of them. And it's not cheap. Hold on, Holomoto's calling, that bitch. Okay, sorry. Alamoto's an asshole. Bothers me all the freaking time. Yes, I know I need to change it. Y'all don't need to tell me that. That just tells you how lazy I am. I already did that, Lisa. Oh my goodness. Lisa, I already did that. We have put together Don Wells' statements a million freaking times. But I know you're new. You're new to the class, Marie, right? Holy moly. I have a friend nicknamed Noto. He lost his toe? This is Moto, not Noto. I wouldn't even have paid no attention to it till Jody Sue said something about it. For real. I'm like, why are you talking about that? Oh, hey, everybody, go out to remain calm. Because her phone says, "Hello, Moto." Drives her crazy. I'm leaving it like that. Just to drive you crazy. I know you're in the bushes, Jody. I don't know if you're in my bushes, but you're in somebody's bushes. I know you are, lady. Ha ha ha. They was even saying you were talking about maybe some bushes right there in your area when you lived in Beach Creek. You know, where somebody could be standing and nobody could see them. I think I remember that correctly. I could be wrong. You know, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But I kind of learned my lesson on that with Lisa Kay when I apologized to her for something that I knew she freaking said. Ugh. Dang it. YouTube's making me mean. I was never mean before. Now I am. Blame it on YouTube. Blame that shit on YouTube.
See where she qualifies it pretty quickly. Let me back up here for 30 seconds.
Back her up, Chris.
The ponies that we've bought. And then these are them
Oh, you need closed
girls that she
caption.
likes. Them new fashion, I don't know what they are, little princesses or whatever. She's like all kinds. Here's one of them bracelets.
Oh, that's just one of them. What do they call these? Oh, this is little pony bracelets.
Yeah, I don't know what they were really called.
What was Summer allowed to do that would kind of, you know, take her little brain and you know, show it interesting things? Did she ever get on a phone and play a little game? Did she ever now we know in church, right? Robin said that Summer loved to help her, right? She loved to help with the crafts and different things like that. Damn it. Olamoto won't leave me alone, Lisa Kleckner. What am I going to do? YouTube. Everyone is guilty till proven innocent. Absolutely, we.
She liked them, and so I just.
Hey. Lisa Thompson. She did a great job on this video. No. Well, I think he did in the house, right? Chris McDonough's wife, Karen, did all the videoing at the horse pond and stuff. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, ma'am. We in this part of the Summer Wells community, we really want to thank you and Chris for, bringing us a look inside of little Summer Moon Utah Wells home. We appreciate it. I do anyway.
Every time I go to the garage sale, I buy her what she wanted.
Okay.
Whenever I got a little bit of money, I spend it on the kids.
Yeah, this is her, I understand her now.
But then you got to remember too, Dudley was like Grandma and Candace. They be pulling up on the job site. Yeah, shit would hit the fan. Give us money. Donnie, I need money. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true. Hearsay, Your Honor.
Even better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is really important.
Yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked.
And what I meant by that is all bets are off.
Yes, I agree. Damn it, Chris, another one? Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Chris McDonough's monetized and I'm not. It's okay, Chris. I'm really not jealous. I'm just playing. I feel free. I feel free. Right?
Understand this child now. And
Oh, Lisa.
this environment,
Lisa, you're a Debbie Downer. You complain. I am not complaining about the ads.
cinched it for me. That this was a child who, heavy neglect, probably a lot of abuse. I've seen so much in my career that I can hear in her voice of, yeah, well, this is who she is. And I'm going, yeah, I've seen her before.
What do you guys think about that statement, truly? What do you think about that statement? Are you listening to him? Let me say this. If Chris McDonough, right? If Chris McDonough was not Chris McDonough, if he was just a normal Joe YouTuber that went out and, did these things and stated things the way Chris is, I believe the majority of the people would have been like, oh, I agree. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. But because it was Chris McDonough and, some creators, along with their members and subs, tried to discredit this man because he had a hiccup in his career, I'll say. It was a bad hiccup. It really was. I must say, it wasn't good. I'm not going to get into it. You can, I'm sure, find it out there somewhere. And so I think people, I'm not saying everybody, because Chris has got a lot of subs and stuff. People were discrediting what this man was saying. It was very sad to me. It was sad to me.
Many times. This is not where Summer was abducted in any way.
I don't know what you're talking about, Karen. I don't know what video you watched. There's many out there. But you believe she made it home but left in the car? That's a good possibility, right? That is a very good possibility. Who knows?
Way, shape, or form. I find it hard to think that she even went down there without being scared half to death. Knowing what I know now about some of the other dynamics, I think this would also be the worst place she would want to be. Remember, she's a, quote, outdoor, always wanted to be outdoors.
Always wanted to be outside. That was her downfall, right? That was her downfall. Per Dawn. She always wanted to be outside. you know, the sad thing about it, I think we is not even having any idea of what happened. All things are possible. All things are possible.
Always wanted to be outdoors.
Me
Well,
too,
I can
Lisa
see some of the
Thompson.
rationale in that statement, but I still think that she never made it into that basement.
And I do encourage you guys, please go back, go to your YouTube search bar, put in Summer Wells. You can put in 2021, pull that up, look at some of the content. I've said this before, there were hundreds of channels that were speaking about Summer Wells. A lot of them are not available anymore, but there's a lot out there, right? Oh, really, Lisa Kleckner? I'm sure he videoed it.
I still think that statement of her toys up playing in the kitchen,
Yes.
because of the darkness and this environment being so, problematic, I think it would be safer for her internally and emotionally to be more towards the light, i.e. kitchen, that area.
Summer doesn't seem to me to be a kid that would enjoy being in a dark place. Don't forget what Dawn said too. Something about he would hate to think that she was in a dungeon or something and couldn't come outside. It's in the WJHL interviews. You can check that out. You can go to your YouTube or Google search bar and just put in Dawn Wells interviews, Summer Wells case. You would be surprised at what you find. I don't, you know what, Lisa Marie, I could tell you why a lot of them were taken down, but not today, Satin.
I think that could be closer to the truth than this narrative of she just disappeared out of the basement.
Look underneath the beds under there. We can't really get on. I can't get under there.
Yeah.
So I looked under there, looked under every blanket I could possibly look under.
Yep.
And then I come over here and I look on one side and stand nowhere. And I don't recall if this was locked or not.
I don't recall if it was locked or not. Right?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I know
She's got to put that in the narrative because there's got to be a way to get her out of that basement,
Yeah.
according to, whatever the story is, right? And
Oh, and don't forget, someone came in the basement and kidnapped her. But they were nice enough to close the door behind them, right? Hey, I'm taking your daughter, but I'm going to be nice and shut the door. Right? Hey, Sage. Oh. I know. Nobody ever gets a notification from me. I'm not impotent. I am not impotent. I'm ridiculous, right? Oh, Candace's face. I don't know. I mean, I think she's got resting bitch face.
and it fluctuates. I think we can all agree on that. Okay? But you notice she's unlocked.
Yeah, and that's true. If she went to the gas station, she went in the bathroom for a few minutes, she could have absolutely left in a vehicle off 110 Ben Hill Road to be handed to her father. I'm just saying, I don't know if this is true. Okay, we're just having adult conversation over here. And then, taken somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, the daycation, right. The dogs were on daycation. I don't believe that. I don't. At all. Yeah, the aliens took her. Yeah. We're just getting started. Okay, I got to get this one done because I haven't started on the other one yet.
Locking it. This goes back to everybody in, nobody out.
Nobody in, nobody
So-
out.
The statement of she locked them in.
If no one had been down in the dungeon that day, nobody in, nobody out. Did she just say, don't be outside, boys? Or did she do the, hang on. I'm sorry. I had to say what kind of olive oil I wanted. That's very important. Don't give Remain Calm fake olive oil. I don't use any other oil for my cooking. I like my olive oil. Okay, locked in, locked out. So Candace was either she allegedly was downstairs asleep when she got up. Summer was downstairs asleep, right? She had her little leg under Don's back, and he was like, girl, you need to start sleeping somewhere else. And she's like, no, Daddy, no, I want to be with you, right? And those crocodile tears, he couldn't help it. He couldn't help it, right? And, all right, I'm not getting sidetracked because I have a lot to say about that. And let me add in here also, there's different ways to harm a child, physically, mentally, also harming their animals. Right? Manipulation, control. I'm sorry, Summer. I'm sorry. And she would say, that's okay, Daddy. All right, I'm going to get sidetracked on that weird ass dude. So moving on.
She went first into that door, and now she's going out of this door, which is locked. And when she gets out, I've said this before, she's going to lock it again.
It's hard on her. But I know I did come out here and I said, Summer. Because
dead
sometimes she'll sit right here and just sit here and play just for,
That tells us a lot right there. Summer would sit outside and play. She would sit outside and play. And let me say this. Wait a minute. Karen threw me off. Oh my God, don't marry. Okay, sweetie, I won't.
And usually when she comes out and she goes directly that way up to the swing.
Oh, okay, so this is like her.
Yeah, she
Will
just
she
walks.
come?
Now, in my opinion, if that child was snatched up and she screamed, Candace was right around the other side of the house, right? At Grandma's camper. But she wouldn't have heard anything, right? When she came home, a stranger was standing up there. But the dogs wouldn't bark at a stranger. Stranger danger. But then again, right? Yep, that day she went down to the dungeon. Absolutely.
Okay, now this is interesting because in my opinion, she's taken all of this time to point out all the things she did to get Summer into the house.
Yep.
Now this is going to be read two separate ways in my opinion, because if she says, and remember all the pointing, I stood here, I watched her go in, okay, I saw this, I said to the boys, keep an eye on Summer. There's almost this projection of, well, this is the way I do things.
Yep.
But in this scenario, Summer has the ability, because it's the basement, to basically control when she goes out and where she goes.
That's right.
She can go out that door, she turns, and she goes right up
Yep.
that path into the swing.
Yep. Summer went outside when she wanted to go outside. Well, I think they had another, I think that happened another time, the way that it was talked about. It would happen, and then like they would find the kids or whatever. So yeah, I believe Candace absolutely cried wolf a lot, and I believe that she did it just to get attention. Who does that, right? Who does that? Well, Candace does.
Well, that is total different behavior than what Candace just showed us 10 minutes, 15 minutes earlier. So that fits. Could Summer have come out of that kitchen on her own?
Yes.
Or was Summer never in the house at any time?
I don't
Because
know.
apparently, if she goes out the basement, she's allowed to wander on her own.
That's right.
But if she's with her mother, if she is with her mother,
Ghost your arm.
Oh, hang on. And no, I don't mind a channel having commercials. Not at all. Not at all. Good
well,
for them.
she's with her mother that day. She's with her mom that day.
Running out.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you can see the
She
path
just go
here.
right to the swing.
Right, you can see where she could have.
So Summer at some point was able to just run out that door, apparently,
Yep,
anytime she wanted
that's
onto that
right.
path, and everybody knew that's the direction she'd go and
Yep,
what she would do.
yep.
But on this particular day, she disappears from that basement
Yep.
after being managed going into the house.
Run right up to
And this
here.
is all the further she would go. She wouldn't leave.
Okay.
She wouldn't go out nowhere else.
Okay. I want to go around this.
So nobody suggested she left. She just said it. She would never leave.
Nope.
Well, I didn't ask her. So that's an involuntary statement. That's a spontaneous statement. And watch what she does. She goes right back to the door and locks it.
Sorry, what is this blue thing here?
Oh, that was we were putting trash in it.
Okay.
And we did have a trash man at the time, but he stopped running.
There
Oh,
she
wow.
goes.
I'm gonna lock this.
Okay.
Go lock
I'm going to film around
That's a habit.
on this side. Now walk me through what's this little
Oh, that right there?
little cave thing there.
That's not really a cave. Actually, we built this addition, me and Donnie and the kids.
Oh, okay.
Now, I don't want to say that's a habit. Chris McDonough is far more educated on the stuff than I am. I do believe that their security at 110 Ben Hill Road, became a little bit more important for them after Summer went missing and after the boys left, right? Then it was, let's get cameras, let's make sure the doors are locked, etc., etc. Now, from what Chris is saying, if it was a habit, then when she left that morning, she would have made sure that door was locked. Now, did she climb up those stairs and under the little desk to let the boys know that they were leaving? Or did they go out the dungeon door and got into the vehicle? I'm sure she talked to the boys that morning before she left. As I don't know if Dawn did, because she said the boys were sleeping. They were in between sleeping and playing games on the TV, is what she said, right? Yes, the boys were taken because of what was on the CPS paperwork. I mean, I have to agree with you there. We don't know what was on the CPS paperwork. We really don't. Now, from my understanding, when there's a missing child case and the parents are people of interest, CPS will step in and take the children because they don't know, right? But CPS was already involved with the family. CPS, you've got Dawn Wells that it's scary up here. My boys are not at a good place right now with people attacking the family. This is my opinion. They weren't attacking the boys, but I do believe that Dawn and Candace, people were letting them know that we think you did something. We think you're bad parents. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And we left this part open because the dog, at the time we did have little puppies. These dogs were little puppies, and we let them go under there. They would run in and out of the bricks over there. There's actually 7 pups up under them now.
Okay.
And it's always been open.
There's no way that a mama dog is going to allow a stranger to be anywhere near the pups. But that's just my way of thinking, right? Yeah, we don't know the real reasons, right? Because she's gone, Summer was gone. And I've said this many times. If Summer would have been at home, CPS was involved. From what we've heard that they were under investigation for, I believe if Summer would have been home, that I think that her name would have been on the paperwork also. Right? You have to remember, the boys are here. Right? The boys are here. The boys can speak on things that transpired with them. And, they did, from my understanding. I'm sure that they spoke with forensic psychologists, et cetera, about their sister also. Okay. So, But I will put it out here that they received paperwork, you know, stating that there was no, you know, they were free and clear, free and clear. And I'll say this too, and I don't care who likes it or not. I truly hope Summer's found. I truly do. And if something's being kept in the back pocket for when that happens, you know, we may see Dawn and Candace in jail. Someone asked Dawn Wells one time something about getting in trouble for, you know, Summer going missing or whatever. And I may be taking it a little bit out of context here. This is just what I remember of the conversation, that Dawn Wells said yes. Yes. He could see himself in trouble and being locked up. Absolutely. Right?
All right, I'm going back up the property here. I'm pointing out a couple of things here.
Okay, I'm going to hop over to the next one because I've been on here an hour. Okay, this is a conversation that Chris McDonough had with Gary Brucato, I think his name is. Very interesting, y'all. Very interesting. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, moving on. Running on empty. That is a song. I didn't make that up myself. Yes, they did. They did, and it was very sad. And that is something I've said from the beginning, that the boys, I feel, was Summer's keeper. How devastating is it for 3 young boys to be the keeper of their 5-year-old sister, and she just goes missing? Now, one thing I remember that I found interesting was when Jody talked about the boys, you know, being down by the creek, playing around in the creek, right? Not really looking for their sister. Let me get that chat off of there. Okay, here we go. I'm a commentary channel. I am an opinion giving channel. Just reminding everybody that. That was very sad to me. And Jody said that she heard Candace saying, "What have you done?" Believing she was speaking to the boys because she heard someone say, "Nothing, Mama." Right? If Summer went missing and Candace is asking the boys that question, where was she that she would have to ask that question? Because the boys were allegedly watching TV and playing Minecraft and stuff, right? Summer went in the dungeon, went out the back door, right? All right, here we go. This is Chris McDonough and Dr. Gary Brucato. I would recommend also going over to the interview room and taking a quick peek at Chris McDonough and a man named Steve Johnson, I think it is. That is very interesting in itself. I don't think she named Josie Karen with a K. I don't think she said it was Josie. I don't remember. You may be right. So that was said. Dawn immediately comes out, tells the story of the boys and Summer being outside. The boys come in and he's like, "Where's your sister? Go get your sister." Right? He takes the oldest boy when he does the interview with Brian Enton, and that was weird, right? It could have been Karen with a K. Hey girl, if that's what you heard, that is possible. Very possible. So I think with me and a lot of other people, we did feel that they absolutely were throwing the boys under the bus. Okay? But why wouldn't they? Some other dude, right? That wasn't me. That was some other dude. Yeah, she may have named him.
Over what originally presented itself. Hey, so this is Ben Hill Road, Gary.
This is Ben Hill Road. This has a dead end sign right there, right? Hey, Sally. Did you pray for me, Sally? I hope you did, girl. I love getting prayers. Makes me feel good.
So if you go up Ben Hill Road, you'll notice the sign to the right says dead end. Okay? So on a behavioral analysis risk assessment, right? I mean, first of all, this is a high risk area for the suspect.
Right.
If this was a random kidnapping event, for the suspect to drive up that road knowing that there's a sign that says dead end, i.e.
Yeah, you're going to go up a dead end road, okay, just to take a child, or you're just going to drive up that road, nilly-willying around. You happen to come up on a little girl and you decide you are going to take that little girl. It would seem to me if she would get in a car, the car would be going in the opposite direction. You have to go in to a dead-end road to turn around to get out of a dead-end road. But I think we kind of found that there's a lot of different back roads, right? A lot of different trails, a lot of different, places where a person that knew the area, right? Sally, what? How? Okay. Well, that is, I think a lot of us wish we could have saved her.
One way in, one way out. Wouldn't you agree that in itself is problematic?
To be an odd choice for yes.
Okay, so then if we move forward here, I want to show the door. So this is the lower door, the basement door, where this allegation is that Summer is inside of this door,
Yep.
and that the suspect randomly knew that Summer would have been in
Yep.
that room at that time, not upstairs with her brother or outside with her mother, but randomly the suspect allegedly came up to this door,
Yep.
must have opened it, but there's mixed information about the door being locked or open. The information has been presented.
And okay, so then we had a blue couch that was put in front of that door at some time. Okay, and it kind of disappeared, like the pissy pillow disappeared, right? So Summer could have, even if the door was locked, if she came out by herself all the time and played outside, then she absolutely could unlock the door or whatever. Now, see what's weird right here? What is that? Okay, is that a light? Is that a camera? Because they are so worried about their kids. They never had cameras. Oh, from my understanding, though, they did have something at some point that let them know if someone was coming up the driveway. Also, at some point, there was a little chain that was put up across the driveway, right? Yeah, we definitely.
In both ways from the parents. And so the grandmother never gave an indication in relationship whether the door was opened or locked. But this in of itself.
Grandma didn't say much of anything to anybody. And what she did say, one of the texts was, I think O'Donnell had something to do with it. Basically, that's what she said in the text.
Itself is really statistically, I would submit, a very rare event that all the stars would align in relationship to parking on a dead end street, coming up a dog trail, going to this door, and finding this 5-year-old, which is the target victimology for this.
Perfect storm. That's what Jody said.
Offender. What say you?
I think that the facts become very puzzling because, first of all, the type of person who would abduct a child is almost certainly going to be doing so because of a pattern of pedophilic.
Oh, let me back that up. I am going to slow it down a little bit. Right? I want you guys to hear this because I think it's important. I think it's important. Okay, let me slow her down. Link to these informational lives from the interview room. The link is in the description. Okay. All right. Let's and these are individuals that personally don't know Don and Candace. Okay? They don't spend hours bullshitting on the phone. You know, these are people that are looking at this as a missing child case. All right? What's my take on Grandis's text? You know, number one, like I always said, you know, it doesn't really matter if it was a cactus or flowers. You know, I always said cactuses, you know, I don't see Summer grabbing the cactuses to plant them, okay? Which I'm sure that if Grandma or Candace touched those cactuses, they were being very careful doing so, or they probably would have got poked. It doesn't matter what kind of flowers that they say that they were planting, even though I mentioned that before, right?
On a dead end street, coming up a dog trail, going to this door, and finding this 5-year-old, which is the target victimology for this offender. What say you?
No, I think that the facts become very puzzling because, first of all, the type of person who would abduct a child is almost certainly going to be doing so because of a pattern of pedophilic
A pattern of
sex offenses.
pedophilic sex offenses. So go back and look at the area and the individuals that hung around that area, right? Lived in that area. We definitely, over these years, come to learn about many, many, many RSOs that frequented that area. A lot of, PDF individuals. And Don and Candace family both definitely had those type of people in the family, for sure. Don Wells' son was a registered offender. Now, regardless of the age difference between Don Wells' son and we'll call it his victim, they said it was just a matter of a few years. So obviously the state thought that the age difference was not legal. Don always seemed to, he seemed to like to talk about younger females, right? Which was weird. He made inappropriate comments about Allie's daughter. It's just weird. So yes, there were many, many of those people that surrounded that area. Okay, moving on.
And this would not be a person who would, sort of be able to take any kid randomly. They would have to select a target they had their eye on, unless it could happen opportunistically, but it'd be a much more disorganized, oddball, kind of, psychotic-like or peculiar local who just kind of want.
Okay, so a psychotic-like or peculiar local who just kind of wandered up there, right? Now, if they were in the area, they went in, took Summer off the hill, there would have to be a car waiting. Someone's not going to take a child and carry her down a hill and then just walk down the road with her, right?
Wandered in there that people would have probably recognized in this small town, or whatever, to be familiar enough with the area, the house, to know the door is open and where the kid is, and the kid is isolated.
That's right.
If they're not watching, right? So there's something odd on either end of it. If you look at it that this is a sexually perverse person casing the joint, there are qualities about this that are very odd. And the idea of this being a random a sex offender who just happens upon the type of kid he would want to take on a dead end road, it also doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
And so it seems to me, immediately looking at this, that you're left with other possibilities, like, things like the kid wandering off somewhere,
Yes.
or even more disturbingly, the possibility that this entire story is not true. And
I'm going for the latter. The stories are not true. They almost decided they were going to take a vow of secrecy, honor amongst thieves. We need to get justice for Summer. Regardless of what happened, they took the last 5 years from her. No one's going to go in that holler without having a reason. Well, we already know that for, you know, probably years before Summer went missing, there were substances being sold out of the holler. They were coming in to, you know, get the oxywoxies. They were coming in to get the Mathalaca. They were coming in for a number of different substances. That's been proven. That has been, well, you know, it with Fred's family, you know, they admitted that for monetary reasons, Mom and Dad had to sell some of their substances. Fred, we have his record. He was arrested for Mathalaca manufacturing. We know that, and let me tell you guys something. I absolutely I believe Benny Keys when he stated that Don Wells, you know, came like Santa Claus and was handing out his crack-a-lacka to the holler, right? He's such a good guy. At times he gives it away for free, right? Terry. The tree trimmers were gone. The tree trimmers left at what, 3:30? Right? I never heard of a yard sale going on in the holler. Never have I heard that. Where did you get that at, Terry? Where did you get that there was a yard sale going on in the holler? I want to know. I really want to know. I want to know. I really do. You're telling me not to forget it. I don't remember it. Who was having a yard sale in the holler? I know that there had been people in and out looking at property for sale. No, I want her to tell me, honestly. Honestly. Who said that? Hey, PDX Paranormal, happy Sunday to you. Absolutely cursed. Absolutely. So, you know what I'm going to do, Terry? I'm just going to remove that comment. Because I don't think you have the answer for that. I think what you, and this is just me, right? I think that your answer was going to be, I heard that somewhere, right? I heard it from this person. I heard it, I heard it, I heard it. So I'm just going to remove the comment. We are just going to move on. Flies is in the house. Cursed is in. Girl, you got a lot of people come out about that. A woman came on here, said she was having a yard sale at her house. Oh my goodness. Okay, girl. All right, moving on. Moving on. Yeah. All right, moving on. She's seen it on Facebook. She's seen it on Facebook. All right, moving on.
that you know, the coal is coming from within the house, as they say. But and I suppose that is why people are saying that all possibilities are on the table.
They are.
I will tell you, without, you know, obviously there's not enough information to make any kind of accusations or anything like that, but I will tell you that this sounds an awful lot like the kind of stories that I hear that are given as cover stories in
Yes.
offenses where you have like what I have called elimination murder, or something where you have some reason to want to eliminate somebody, or, you know, there's some reason why they're missing that has to do with you, and you create a cover story that is very much like this. You know, a random stranger wandered in, took the person for no reason, and you know, I always say it's very instructive to look at.
Dawn said she was kidnapped before he even got home. Right? I knew she wasn't out there, right? It's okay, Terry. The yard sale was a week or two before. I am going to say this. When law enforcement said they were looking for a red truck, they said the type of truck that they were looking for, there were 100 red trucks in the area. Okay? 100 red trucks in the area.
The Lizzie Borden case from the 19th century, because that's a really good example of a situation where somebody is making the claim that a stranger wanders into the house, commits this offense, and leaves, but like there's.
Yes, Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her father 40 whacks. When she gave her mother 40 whacks. When she had saw what she had done, she gave her father 41, right? I've been on Ben Hill, Don and Candace, Jody, Sue, and Andy, Fred and Laura, and that Mary lady are the only ones that live back there. I think if you go further back, the Lights live back there, right? Or am I looking at it in a different direction? I don't know.
No sign of robbery. There's no motive for the person to have done so, you know, etc. And it looks very suspicious that it's a cover story. But obviously, there's no way to say make any kind of.
100%. Yeah.
The story that interested me about the red truck is the one that they found burnt out. They found a truck burnt out. It was burnt beyond recognition. I was like, what?
There's no definitive.
The story itself strikes me as sounding off.
And so
It all
possibilities
sounds
start
off.
to narrow rapidly, as if it isn't that.
You know, Don Wells allegedly saying, you girls need to get your timeline right. Why would I know that Don is her husband, but why involve himself on getting the timeline right? Just like when allegedly someone's husband did something horrible to a young girl. He didn't call law enforcement. He talked to her about it, right? Don was the hero that walked the girl home and talked to her about it. Now, RC believes that he wanted every gory detail about it, probably turned him on, weirdo, my opinion.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is right early on when Greg, myself, and the team took a look at it, we came to the assessment as well that through the victim risk continuum that, this was a very low, circumstance, right? I mean, she's in
Terry, you're okay. You're okay. We're just going to move on from it.
her house. It's almost, akin to Elizabeth Smart, but not necessarily in that same lane because, that situation in of itself, they started focusing immediately on the local registered sex offenders. And in this particular case as well, when the CART team came in and the FBI and TBI, immediately they started measuring, who was in that geographic region and who would have had a familiarity with that particular piece of property.
That's
And,
right.
they swooped down on those individuals right away.
They did. I guarantee you that law enforcement was on top of every registered offender in that area. But if you ask YouTube, law enforcement didn't talk to none of them. Why do people want to discredit law enforcement so bad in Summers' case? There's a problem with Hawkins County. I can see people not liking Lawson. All right, I can see that. Pruitt, he's not doing his job. But then he called Ziggy back. I mean, that's going above and beyond right there, right? Because of a vehicle that was mentioned 4 years later by Fred, right? And why would Fred sit in a room to have a lie detector test done about Cotton Simpson and proceeds to say, well, I was asking questions about Summers' case. They wouldn't answer. So I believe, what I ask them, I know the answer because they wouldn't answer. Right? Weird shit.
So there's been no indication that it was an RSO in the surrounding area.
We know that there are a lot of offenders in that area. If you really want to use common sense, you can call Don Wells an offender. An admitted offender. He admitted it. Right? Like I said, I'm a commentary channel and I give my opinion. If you don't want to sub up, that is your prerogative. But please give me a thumbs up. I don't care. You can give me a thumbs down. All right? Don't make no difference. That's just the way we roll over here.
But just to be clear, I think the reason that was a reasonable thing to check is that, as we often say on here, there are two types of people who target children. They fall into two general buckets, right? You have the type that is going to know the kid and groom them and slowly build up a relationship and trust and break down barriers. And those are the type that are more verbal and adept.
More verbal.
At engaging somebody. But the type of person who would just wander into a house, snatch a kid and abduct them, that's where you're dealing with somebody who's going to be more weird and interpersonally not very good at talking and all that. And when we see that, we immediately start thinking somebody probably more mentally ill, probably more local, probably didn't plan as well. It was more, etc. And, so that I can understand them looking at local sex offenders, because I think they are correct that this would be somebody where it wouldn't be the person's first time, right?
It wouldn't be the person's first time. Someone that could have been, someone that could have been a local who was mentally ill, doing substances, maybe seeing shadow people that day, not very verbal, in their own head, right? What bust, Karen? What bust? There was 27 individuals that were busted. That had to do with, like substance factories where, Sarah, I have something I watched. I'm gonna tag you and put it in my community page. I think you'll be interested, right? No, PDX, I did not.
Probably the person would be somebody who has a history of committing offenses like that. So
A history of committing offenses like that. Well, I want to find that, Karen. I want to find where he said that, only because he said something about it being a dead end and that there wasn't nothing going on. I don't think he was talking about the area in which Fred Hill, Don Wells, that we definitely know of, even, you know, the Bernard residence.
I mean, the first thing that I think from a profiling perspective that would leap out is that you can make a pretty fair bet that whoever did this has previously targeted children in some kind of sexual or aggressive way. Wouldn't you say, Chris? I mean, that this is not a first timer that's going to.
Absolutely. In fact, that we had come to that conclusion as well early on in the team as the team, and so it's great to hear your opinion based on just hearing some of the facts of this. So I want to move forward and also show you the geographic region, so you get a better sense of you know, because I know you know the heads, you're in the minds of these guys, and I mean you've studied them.
Sometime.
The stories that Don Well has told. Don said he had been to places where they were selling children before. Every story that Don Wells told us about himself, a lot of them had to do with children being involved. Had to do with children being involved, right?
You won't be able to sleep without a sledgehammer to the head.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And so I want you to see the geographic region here. So let me push this forward. So this is where the flower pots were supposed to, you know, where she was playing with the flowers. One thing we noted early on, though, the majority of these flowers, they're not even flowers, they're just weeds. They're dead in terms of, you know, they're not even.
Well, they obviously, if they put potting soil in there, they didn't make sure that weeds were out of it first for it to grow up like that. Okay.
Flowers. The majority of these, if you zoom in close, which we did, not a single one of these, you know, weeds could be constituted as a flower. But the story is that she was playing with her grandmother, and that her grandmother was planting these flowers. But here's the geographic region. One of the things that struck us really right away was the foliage, the amount of growth here. And I'm out on the street now. The house is going to be to the right up this hill, but the risk level of a suspect, and I'm pointing up to the top of the hill there, that's where the property is. There were some tree trimmers at that time below working, okay? And at no time had it been reported that anybody had left the cruise and gone up that hill and potentially.
And I'm going to say this. I don't believe if there was an accident with the tree trimmers that they wouldn't have called 911 immediately. I don't believe that tree trimmers are going to hide an accident. Okay? An accident is an accident. Hey, Jaden.
Could have abducted that child. Summer. The one challenge, you know, the thinking that we were having early on, and myself obviously, was if they were in play, hypothetically, the tree trimmers. First of all, what are they going to do with a 5-year-old? Because they're there in work trucks, so that means there has to be a conspiracy now to commit this abduction of this 5-year-old.
But, you know, there's a lot of people in that area conspiring.
Knowing for a fact that she's going to be up there in that room. So we eliminated that almost from day one because the odds of that statistically, as well as the behavioral aspects of that, would be a much difficult task to get away with. Would you agree?
Right.
Yes,
Look
but
at
not
that
only that,
area.
the type of person that you would profile to commit a random abduction with all of the odd characteristics and so forth that we talked about is not the type of person that would be working with a team in a cooperative way on that kind of task or whatever. That there's a mismatch between the type of person who would do that and somebody who would be employed in that manner, getting along with people in that way in a conspiracy.
And if Summer went out on that road where Lawson Sutter ended, and the belief is that she was picked up, right? You would think that if a vehicle, well, now, if they were parked in that little, you know, off the road parking area, someone just driving down the road wouldn't probably have thought twice about it. They wouldn't have thought twice about possibly seeing someone with a kid or whatever, right?
That's more consistent with somebody that would be more of a schemer and a person who is interpersonally adept. That there's a mismatch in the way that it was carried out and the type of person.
Not a schemer, Dr. Brucato. A schemer. There's a lot of schemers in that area.
Who would be working on that tree cutting team. That doesn't make any sense to me. Wouldn't you say, Chris? That doesn't add up.
No.
Yeah, it didn't add up for us as well, Gary. I mean, initially, and it still hasn't added up today that they would be a viable suspect pool. You know, I hope everybody understand really.
Because to do it that quickly within that period of time, then an individual who does not have their own vehicle at that time, working with the tree trimmers, they all rode together. They would park in an area. They would all ride in trucks and things to go up to the work site together. That would mean an individual would have had, because they left at what, 3:30 that day, something like that. That would have meant that this individual would have had to go back to the drop-off point, get in their vehicles, go back to the scene, right? And yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
The type of individual that, if let's hypothesize that it is an abduction, which it's not, but let's talk about for a moment while this is running, what type of person really is kidnapping children and for what reason?
Well, the vast majority of people that would be doing such a thing would be doing it for sexual purposes.
Should I replay that? I might have it going too fast, you guys.
So the idea would be that you'd have an individual who would probably have a long pattern of offenses against children where the person had kind of an insatiable, kind of habitual quality of just sort of wandering someplace where kids are, snatching them, taking them off and doing God knows what. And such a person wouldn't even necessarily take the person forever. There's a different type of person who would eliminate or kill the child, right? And there's another type of person who would, let's say, take the child in sexual slavery or kidnap them to raise as their own kid or something like that. But you start getting more and more out of these, you know, into these circles of more and more improbable when you're looking like at statistics, right? So already you're looking at something like, you know, less like 1% possibility of abduction, and then you're adding on top of it like it's a sexual abduction, and then a sexual abduction with murder, and a sexual abduction where you're taking the kid off maybe before it starts getting more and more improbable. And the trouble with this is the kid never came back. So if the person was abducted, what's the most probable thing that happened? That the person is abducted and was eliminated, either as part of the psychosexual thrill for the offender, or simply because they were a witness to what the person had done. So now, what are you suggesting? That there's a local sexually sadistic serial killer targeting children that, you know, didn't leave a single trace of evidence, and there isn't a local body count of other offenses like that and all of that? In other words, it's when you've been doing this a long time, you start to see patterns that turn up over and over again when you're dealing with that type of offender, and none of that is here. What's interesting is you could arrive at that conclusion the way we would, or you could arrive at it the way the authorities did, where there's simply no physical evidence that anything like that happened. There's no forced entry in the house, right?
No forced entry in the house. Oh, okay. We have been shown for a very long time Don Wells, his criminal background, his stories about himself. We've heard that. Candace, we've seen her criminal background. We know about her Uncle Warren. Very, very dangerous man, they said, in that state. They didn't even want to let him out into the community. His crimes are incestuous and, you know, speak for themselves. And I've talked about Uncle Warren and his shenanigans before. Don Wells, he immediately lets people know that since being young, right? Since being young, that his life consisted of a sexual motivation of adult men doing things to harm little girls, right? I don't know who Nicole is. Nothing makes sense to none of us, for sure.
None at all.
Right. Like, no matter how you slice it, you arrive at the idea that this is probably not an abduction. And then, of course, as you know, Sherlock Holmes famously says, when you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. So if you take it off the table, abduction, what are you left with?
Yep.
One possibility is the kid gets herself lost. Okay. There's no body anywhere. How far did she travel? Miles on foot? Was she killed by animals? Did she fall into a pit? Is she in the water? Why have dogs not found her? Why have there not been carrion birds flying?
And I want to ask this: how is anybody? No one has the 911 calls. I've never heard none of the 911 calls. All I've heard is the dispatch calls. So if they've released somewhere the 911 calls, I would like to hear them. I really would.
Down to a certain spot. So then what are you left with? You're left with the question of, is this a ridiculous story that conceals a more probable story? And that's the haunting thing about this. So I guess what I'm wondering is, has that been looked at? I mean, you would know, you know the case history. Has that possibility been examined? Or, I mean, obviously, you can't cast dispersions, but I'm curious if that's been looked at.
Yes. And in fact, one of the most interesting things here is this particular shed. So this shed appears to be this one.
Let's talk about the shed. Yes, Maymay, we don't know. We don't know, darling.
And one other at the top of the property. This shed was immediately introduced into the narrative by the father who returned from work. He says he was at work all day. He comes home and immediately goes to this shed to search for his daughter.
That's right.
And tells,
but he couldn't remember if he looked in the shed or not at that time, is exactly what he said.
Tells the authorities that I know my daughter was abducted. And I mean, there's no question in his mind he has presented the, the narrative that his wife is telling the truth, from day one, and that when he came home, he immediately went and checked this area with this particular shed.
Yeah.
Now, what's so weird about this is this particular shed is on their property. It belongs to them. It used to belong to his mother. Okay.
Yep.
But it's kind of an out, it's just kind of a one-off, into the property. And what I've always thought was very interesting, you'll see that path directly up there, cut between the forest up there. Okay,
Yep.
that takes you up to another house / shed up in the property. And for
Yes,
some
it
reason,
does.
this shed here appears to be, and at least from my perspective, an area that they don't ever want to talk about.
No, they don't.
The family has gone on various social media channels for the last 2.5 years or 2 years, and they never want to talk about these particular environments.
Nope.
So I've always felt there's something going on in these environments. And of course, I went to, experience a worst case scenario about, one of the things early on that was said in one of the press conferences by family members is they saw her being held in a dark environment, possibly being essayed and or tortured.
That's what Dawn said. That is what Dawn said. Well, I mean, they said her scent ended at the road. Her scent ended at the road. So, now I remember, and I cannot find it to save my soul, Leslie Earhart saying that something about 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Last seen, on the road at 7 or something. It was weird. I have to find it. I've looked and looked. I know what I heard, right?
That at some point they would see them in the resurrection, see her, the daughter.
Yes.
Now, that's a pretty definitive description, right, Doc?
It is.
Yes. It is. Tortured?
And yes, yeah.
But see, while these things were being said, you had the social media community coming in. Their main purpose was to defend Dawn Wells for a long time. Some of them came back out and was like, no, this guy, and they told us, every rotten thing they knew about the guy. But they were defending Dawn Wells. Now, that's their prerogative. They can defend. People can defend Candace. Doesn't make me never mind, right? That girl, we've already got that figured out there, darling, but thank you. Right? Think she had a few twisted teas, a smoke, a little nap, fell asleep. I don't know, May May. Could possibly be about the drinking and napping. Karen. You can believe those if you want to. Yeah, that's all alleged. That is all alleged. But I'm sure they were being investigated on it. I'm sure they were, for sure. There's a gag order on that case. There's a gag order with the boys on that case. So, Dawn and Candace themselves are the only ones that could have took that paperwork and gave it to anybody. They're the only ones who could have taken that paperwork and showed it to anyone or given a copy of it to anyone. For sure. I mean, that's on them. That's on them. but there is a gag order.
So that's kind of always been one of these, in my mind, I'm going, okay, something's going, if we look at the victim risk continuum and we really take some of the things that, you know, have been learned over the last 2.5 years, I've not left the house yet personally. And you know, I have my own opinions. You know, I don't have the totality of the evidence to substantiate it yet. However, I've not been able to, you can clearly see that right now, that shot up into the property up there. Okay.
Sure,
So-
exactly what her name is.
So this is Mom. Okay, we had an opportunity to meet, and a couple of the things that I wanted to point out to you tonight is there are a couple of points in this interview where I see a clear shift in her behavior, and I'm not going to tell you when, because I know you're going to notice it, but I will tell you that it's framed around her talking about her daughter that day. Okay.
Right. Well,
And-
just a couple of things, Chris, before we jump into this.
Yeah.
Well, two things. One is that you mentioned that torture idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyone who's read my book knows torture places you very high on the scale, right? And people who would engage in such a thing, I can tell you based on statistics, based on people we have placed in that category, that you are at a point in the scale where you would be doing so purely because of fantasy and personality, and therefore would not stop. So anybody who was engaging in such a thing would be racking up a very large number of people that they have done such a thing to. So if you're making an accusation that somebody is torturing children, by the way, torturing a child, you would need to see a lot of them in the, you know, in a pattern. You're not going to get one isolated incident like this. So that's very weird to me immediately. The other thing is, if I'm correct about the idea that this is not an abduction and this is not someone wandering off and you have to think about some other possibilities, one thing that you'd want to bear in mind is that you would expect that someone in the family structure, if anything like that is going on here, would know. And that
Yes. Let's go back to the trigger warning torture. Okay. Like it was said, Don Wells, you know, he brought up her being tortured. Also, we know that there is an RSO in the area that is said to have, I never seen the evidence or SD cards or anything. It was well talked about that this RSO had children, and I will say Bob Wire being used. Okay. So, I mean, that is there. It is there. So, but then you've got her own dad who has been places where they sell children. He definitely talked about a young girl that he took home. And, you know, he felt that the woman there wasn't their mother or foster mother. He put himself, in my opinion, in another situation where children were being trafficked.
and that people would have a kind of a reason to keep that, you know, whether it's fear or you know, whatever, but that people have a reason to keep such a thing private. So that it's unusual for it to be something like everyone is in on a cover story. You know, you'd expect more like a lot of people are scared or somebody is scared. But again, I have absolutely no idea, and I hope you're going to get into this, of if any question has been raised.
I don't believe that. I mean, I can see how you believe that, Karen with the C. I don't believe that. There was talk of a pig farm early on in the case, but you know, that was put out like by Ernie Shell and them, right? There was also this, I guess, private investigator guy who came out and spoke about brothers. It's all weird. It's all weird.
About whether there was an internal involvement, or if it's really honestly like people just completely baffled that their kid is missing. Yeah. Is that what you're going to talk to her about here?
Yes.
Okay.
What I did here is, she took me back to where they were the day, basically. She lays out what had happened pre-disappearance of Summer. Okay. But I've cut this down because if anybody wants to watch it, they can go see it in the set. But for Dr. Picato, I wanted to just kind of narrow this down. But there's a couple of really interesting behavioral shifts here. And I'll let you see the other two, but the one I wanted to tell you is immediately as we're walking down there, she makes the comment, everything is in slow motion. Okay? From that moment. So she's projecting to me that very moment, some type of event that has narrowed it into almost a movie screen or a movie projector, right?
Right.
You know, how, in a trauma. So help people understand the traumatic effect or what happens in trauma and how victims describe.
Could something have happened to Summer at the swim hole? I'm going, yes, okay. Let me, I'm removing that comment. So, I believe it was said on my channel also with Frank Light's sister AC when she was up on panel. She talked about that, if I remember correctly.
Their trauma events, because, I thought that was really almost fascinating when she said that, to be honest with you, because it caught me completely off guard.
What's the specific line that jumped out at you? The
I'll-
exact phrase.
I'll let you.
And tell me the significance of this shirt. Why is it so important?
Because my daughter loves Paw Patrol.
Yeah. So let's take me back to that day when y'all were here swimming.
Okay.
You okay with that? Okay. So let's walk me down. Is this where you parked?
Yeah, this is where I park. I park here all the time.
All the time. And now, do you come here a lot?
I used to come here a lot. Yeah.
And do you bring the kids here?
I bring the kids here all the time, and they either fish or swim,
Okay.
whichever.
Right.
It's there's nobody down here hardly.
Right.
So it's away from. I don't like to be.
Nobody down here, and it's nasty, and there's twisted tea cans laying everywhere.
Have the kids around a bunch of other kids because of all the sickness and stuff that's been going around,
Yeah.
different kids and stuff like that.
Yep.
So this was more secluded, private kind of thing, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. That makes
I'm more
sense.
of a quiet kind of person. I don't like to be in a big crowd.
Yeah.
I tend to stick to myself and my family, and that's it.
Tell me.
Do you guys believe that? Do you believe she just stuck with her family and that's it? She's a quiet type of person, doesn't hang out with people.
About the dynamics of what everybody was doing. Who was doing what when you first got here? What happened?
And I got out of the car first, and then I opened the back door because my mom's got a double door on her truck.
Right.
So I opened the back door and I let her and Hunter out.
Okay.
And Summer's first thing is to run to the water, of course.
Right.
I was like, Summer, just wait, let me get my stuff and I'll walk over there with you. And she waited for me, and I don't know, Hunter went off into the woods somewhere. I don't know.
Now, where was Summer sitting?
She was sitting in the middle seat.
Okay.
Hunter was sitting on the end.
Okay.
And my mom said, hold on a minute, so we waited for my mom to get out.
Okay.
And Hunter, he just done disappeared into the woods. I don't know where he went.
Okay. Okay.
And me and my mom and Summer walked over there, and we were just letting Summer play, and then Hunter eventually come back out of the woods wherever he was.
Okay.
And
So let's walk over there. Show me. And I'll just follow you, okay?
No.
So I'll follow you on which direction. And
everything's slow motion now.
I know.
Everything's slow motion now. Yes, she is cursed, isn't she? She is just chill.
Okay. Did you catch that?
Yeah, about everything being slow motion.
Right. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, it sounds like, of course, I can't make a clinical determination of what's going on there, but I will say that people who have experienced traumatic events can sometimes experience dissociation, where the world starts to feel fake, time feels distorted, things can have an unreal quality to them. Anyone who's ever experienced a traumatic loss or any kind of event, understands that idea that thinking starts to get murky, and you start wondering what happened to this person. Wouldn't you say, Chris? I mean, that we hear that from people who are victims of traumatic events.
Yeah.
That time gets distorted like that.
Yeah. The environment gets distorted around them.
Murky, dreamlike, slowed down, sped up, confused. Yeah. Right. Although we don't know.
So which direction does Hunter go?
He went that way.
He went that way. Now, was he in a bathing suit?
No, I think he just had his shorts and his shirt on.
Okay. And Summer?
Where was his shirt? Where'd he take his shirt off at? You showed a TikTok with him in the water, right? Hey, Chris. What the heck is a YouTube dinner? Is that where you eat dinner and you hang out with me? You've come to the 5-star diner to have dinner with me in my establishment. Bless your heart, Chris.
Was she in her bathing suit?
Yes.
And how did she get in her bathing suit? Or
I actually put her bathing suit on before we left home because it was really hot out that day.
okay,
So it was just something small, and then
That area is used. The horses drink out of that water. Okay. The horses drink out of that area, from my understanding. I don't think it's a runoff for the stables. I mean, that would mean that they put horse poo-poo in there, right? And pee-pee.
so
You
hot.
have
Okay.
to remember, though, when she had the kids, she just couldn't pick up and take off. She couldn't just pack the kids up and book. There is a woman I remember came out and talked about, she was friends with Candace, and that Candace, had came after an incident and they stayed all night or something. I do remember that story.
okay,
Because I know how she gets too hot.
okay. And what was the temperature that day? Give me an idea.
Are we in the 80s?
Okay. So it's Tennessee warm.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like it is now.
And are you an air conditioned person, or in your mom's truck was the
No.
AC on or
I
off?
don't like AC.
Okay, okay. So what happened? Where do you guys go, and where's Summer going here?
We all walk down the path, me, my mom, and Summer.
All right. So all three of you together.
Yeah.
Now, how does Mom's knee handle this hill here?
Well, she uses her cane, so it's
So the oddity for me
Yeah,
that day
this is
was
where-
Mom had gone to the hospital to get her knee, looked at, and she ended up getting, the whole reason they're there is because they're waiting for this prescription of pain medications and or medication to be, filled. So they decide, well, let's take the children, Summer, let's take Summer swimming. They bring the 15-year-old boy with them
Yep.
that they had picked up. And in this particular, when she said, as I was walking down that path, I was like, well, you just came from the hospital with your mom and we're walking down this path here. How's your mom, now?
And this is the thing, too. Hunter called Candace, Candace called Hunter, whatever the case was. Dawn tells that Candace said they called and begged her to come and get Hunter, if I remember correctly. He could have been speaking of another time, but I thought he was speaking about that day that they would call and beg Hunter to Candace to take Hunter, right? But she was only 5 minutes from his house while she was at the hospital with Grandma. That was really close to them. And we're talking about
navigating this terrain here because, quite frankly, I didn't know if she was just, selling me something or if in fact, it was the jury's out for me on that particular sale right now because I wasn't sure. And there's also a couple. Go
There's
ahead.
also the memory, the fact that memory can be distorted in people who have experienced traumatic events. And I mean, for example, I've interviewed people who were victims of 9/11 who swear that things happened that didn't occur. It was raining. It was a beautiful day that day. I went back in to save somebody. People, there's no witness to indicate there's any truth to that.
And also, you have to remember, she did not stop doing the alcohol lockup. Okay. I mean, at all. It was intense. It was a very telling situation, right?
That you know, they just kind of remember it differently because trauma has a way of doing that. So we don't know, but it's interesting when you catch things that don't add up,
Gary.
you know, all the different possibilities. But one possibility is that this is a person who is traumatized.
Right. And so there's a couple different stories here that were floating around, you know, before I'd even spoken to her one-on-one. One of them is that the child, Summer, was out playing. She'd gone underwater.
Yes.
The 15-year-old boy said that he went out, pulled her out. So you'll hear this from mom presenting that. The other, you know, mom will say that never happened. Okay. So there's this, he said, she said, a lot of that going on here.
But Chris, sorry. RC feels like your biggest mistake was letting her know that you interviewed Hunter and talked to Allie. Okay. Now, Leslie, y'all have to remember, she admitted she didn't know Candace. Only met her one time and didn't like her. So the info that Leslie had, in my opinion, came from Allie, Allie's mom, Allie's grandma, you know, H, continuing on.
Grandmother, she's 50-50. She doesn't remember being here at the water hole, but somehow, you know, she's at the water hole with the mom.
WJHL interview, go check it out with Grandma. Grandma's like, yeah, we went to the horse pond or some shit. If I remember, it was like she didn't even remember, you know, the name of where they were at. Also, Candace said they had been there many times. But she could have just been nervous getting interviewed also.
And so there's a lot of moving parts here as, you know, she's laying this out.
A little bit easier, and she'll hold on to my shoulder so
Okay.
she doesn't fall or nothing.
So you're kind of escorting her down here.
Yeah.
And is Summer ahead of you or behind
She's
you?
right here in front of me.
Okay. So walk me through that.
I was just walking down through here. I mean, usually, like I said, we go slow because my mom's knee.
Okay.
Myself.
Okay.
I was just standing here at the end, and then, well, the water's up a lot further than it usually is. Usually it's down. You can usually see all that wood sticking up out of the water. And she was just playing right here.
And what time do you get here about, if you remember?
I couldn't even tell you, to be honest, what the time is. I don't keep track of time.
No, I understand.
I mean, I get up in the morning, I do my thing with the kids, and then we go to bed.
Okay.
I get up in the morning, I do my things with the kids, and then we go to bed. But you sure did a lot that day, right? You sure allegedly left the 3 boys at home just for a couple minutes. She was only going to be gone a couple of minutes. Calculate how many hours she was gone.
I can't even tell you.
Yeah,
I know I went
Chris.
to the hospital at 8 with my mom, dropped her off, and I was sitting there, and Hunter called me and asked me.
See, that's weird to me too. That to have grandma at the hospital at 8 o'clock. You can go back. Don gives his little half-ass timeline story. He got up 6:37. Don't know what time I left. Summer had her foot underneath him when he got up. You know, just tore his back up, whatever. Couldn't tell you what time he got to work. Did his usual, going and eating breakfast. And, you know, she said she would cook, but Dawn didn't eat there. And let me tell you, if the story's true about cooking the spaghetti in a freaking nasty ass pot, I don't blame him for not eating at home. But he should have been making sure his kids were fed too, right?
What I was doing, I said I was sitting at the hospital in the parking lot waiting on my mom to get done. And he said, well, why don't y'all come over? I said, well, as long as your mom says it's okay. And I guess he woke her up or said something to her, and he said, yeah, she said it's fine for a little bit. Because I guess his grandma was coming over, so she don't like her. I don't like her either.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, seems like you guys have had a falling out. There's no question about that. Then, so you're down here, and all of a sudden now, Summer is doing what?
Summer's just playing in the water right here.
Okay.
I'm just standing right here. All the flowers that died that were there on that.
Oh, so there were a bunch of flowers here?
Now, there is a TikTok video that she did and it does show a bunch of flowers and stuff with her pointing them out, etc. It shows the other young man who was 15 at the time. He comes out of the water and he puts some hand signs up, and she describes that as being gang signs. But you and I both know what gangsters look like, and he's not a gangster. But that was her description of it, and she kind of separates herself from him because she later tells us that in fact, he did have a alcohol tea, and the boy admitted that she got me a tea, one of those alcohol drinks and some vapes and that kind of stuff. And so she kind of didn't want to go there because I thought he was, because he's a minor, and she and her friend, his mother, had just had a recent falling out. So she plays it off really well that we're just down there taking TikTok videos, waiting for the hospital situation to resolve itself, i.e. the prescription, and then from there we're going to leave. So she did post up on TikTok a picture of the child swimming.
About died now, but
And where's grandma?
Mom's standing right here,
Okay.
and I'm over here close to the edge just because summer's in the water. You know what I'm saying? That's
Sure.
my thing.
Okay.
And she's just playing, like a normal kid would play in the water. And then Hunter came from wherever he was and come down here and was standing here. I don't want to get all wet, but
Yeah.
he was like standing here and someone was out a little bit further there, pretty far from like me and your wife is.
Okay. Is that the TikTok video you took?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can see how far they were apart.
Yeah, I can see it. Right.
And with him sitting there saying that she fell on a rock, there's no rock. Where do you see a rock?
Right. Yeah, the only rocks I saw were right.
Now, it's one thing, right? Maybe that's why they kept the frozen pizza, etc. They could eat that. The oldest were old enough to fix them. Yes. Yes. Because they just allegedly had that little electric oven thing, right? I think that's what Allie said. Oh, I can't remember what I was going to say. It will come to me, I promise.
Over here.
Yeah,
And
they're
then
not
up there.
Yeah, they're way over there, and I'm right here.
Okay. So this is where she is, though.
Yeah, this is where she is right here.
Okay. And how is she? What's her behavior?
Jumping around, splashing, having a good
just Summer.
time, just like Summer would always do.
Okay.
I mean, that's how all my kids are.
Okay.
They just splash around and have a good time.
Does she go underwater at any time that you see?
Oh, she just gets her head in, but sticks right back up. I mean, it was only up to here
So
at the time.
where did this?
Oh, what I was going to say was, so you have grandma who left the hospital because of her knee. She got medicated while she was there, she said, for the pain. And not only did she go and walk down a freaking hill to get to the water, she was standing the whole time. She was standing there the whole time, right? Yeah, Jaded. That was around the time that her and Allie got into it over Jose. Allegedly, Grandis took Allie to work that day, was supposed to get the kids and bring them back to her house. Allie said she gave Grandma gas money to do it. And, they got into it. And Candace threatened her, and the kids didn't show up back at her house. Allie was ticked, right?
Idea of under the
That's
water.
her.
I have no idea
Where's
where
that come from? Okay.
That just blew my mind when I heard that. I was like, she didn't even go into it because when she was playing in the water, I was literally taking.
That blew my mind when they talked about the dry drowning stuff, right? I've said this before. I truly believe the only reason that was brought up is because that was a conversation that the women were having around Hunter, right? I don't think that would have even popped into Hunter's mind if that wouldn't have been talked about by other adults. I'm just saying.
A TikTok video just to watch, and I did different things because that's how TikTok is. You can do different things with them.
Right.
And I was just taking TikTok video, and he come up out of there somewhere, and I was like, just flash around, and then he threw up gang signs.
Do you know them?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Okay.
And then he started throwing up.
He threw up gang signs, and I didn't like it. She said I couldn't put that on TikTok, but it's okay that I gave permission for my daughter, her picture to be put on a billboard with her throwing up a gang sign. Okay. I don't care what anybody tries to tell me that little sign meant, okay?
gang signs. And I'm like, so I moved it back away from him as quick as I could, and I was videoing them flowers and then back at Summer again real quick. And then he decided to get in the water right there, and he went like this with the water a couple times. I told him, please stop that. She don't like to be splashed.
Hunter got in the water, which would have made Hunter wet. It would have made some part of his shorts wet. But Grandma would make him sit on a pillow because she didn't like her seat wet. And the pissy pillow is nowhere to be found.
And so he quit, got out, and I said, come on, son, we got to go get Grandma's prescription. And we just got back in the truck and left.
Okay, so
We went to the hospital,
Right.
and picked up my mom.
Right.
And then we stopped at the smoke shop, and I got Mom that twisted tea that she wanted. And then I stopped at the hippie house and got me some smoked nicotine vapes. Is what
She's saying Grandma wanted the twisted tea. Is what she's saying. I got my mom the twisted tea she wanted. She said that was just so smooth coming out of her mouth, right? Yeah, definitely, Sage. I believe that.
I got.
okay, what flavor?
I think they were Skittles,
Okay,
because that's kind of like.
wait, do they have like a different taste
They
flavor?
actually taste like Skittles.
Okay,
It's the only kind I'll buy.
okay.
And then we left from there, and we went straight down to Walgreens and went to the drive-thru.
Ooh, I'm getting old. Candace, I gotta put my glasses back on. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
But after we were done at the hippie house, I think we bought 3 of them, I believe. And I set them right there on the council, and he asked for one. I said, no, you can't have them.
Did he take one?
I don't know.
Okay.
Honest to God, I don't know.
Okay.
But then we went to the Walgreens and dropped off Mom's prescription. I said, well,
I had 3, but I honestly don't know if he took one. Where's the calculating going on there? Right? Grandma sure looked wide awake in that store while riding the scooter. Yes, and being filmed. And why take a picture of freaking meat like that? That's weird. I'm sorry. Who did she send it to? I wouldn't be so much worried about taking a picture of the meat. I want to know who she sent it to. You could see in the porch video, Allison was trying to direct Hunter. Well, yeah.
well, if we got to wait 30 minutes, why don't we just bring Summer down here and let her play for a little bit?
Okay.
And that's what we did.
Because he took it, Carrie. Right? Yeah, why that day? Why that day? They got him goodies to help them out, either buying or selling.
I mean, there was nothing. I honestly didn't see him drink nothing down here. I don't know what he's talking about. I really don't.
All right. So it's your word against his, basically.
Pretty much.
Okay. On this scenario right
Yes.
here. Okay. So from here, where do you guys go?
Walgreens, he picked up my mom's prescription.
Okay. Is that
It's weird to me, and I just showed you guys Hunter stating when someone asked him why he allegedly that day came home, was, you know, kind of rocking back and forth and different things like that after he got home, sitting on the couch, I guess. And Hunter says something about, well, you know how it is when something about drinking alcohol. It was weird. It was weird.
at the Walgreens right down at the
Yeah,
edge
it's
here?
right straight across.
It's the one that I showed the other day that it's right down here?
Yeah, when we turned to come down here,
Yeah.
it's right down the corner.
Okay. You get mom's prescription.
Yep.
Then what happens?
Then I told Mom, I said, why don't we get a Sonic?
Okay.
'Cause it's hot out.
Right.
So we drove in there, got a Sonic.
Right across the street.
Yep, right across the street.
Okay.
And then we left from there, and I went up Moreland Drive because I had to pick up a few things. I was in maybe the store for maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
Grabbed some milk and some cheese, and I don't remember what else I bought.
Okay. And then,
Okay, she's saying, girl, you're fine, SDA. You are fine. I seen it, girlfriend. I seen it, girlfriend. I sure can't forget it. For real. Cannot forget that. Absolutely. You're okay, girl. You're okay. He says he got the vape that Candace owed him. See, if you guys remember, there was H talked about the car, right? No, honey, I don't strike people. I don't strike people for using my stuff. Well, some of them I tell them they can't just because I'm white trash. That's a white trash move. Every once in a while, you know, my white trashness comes out for sure. But not with you, girl. Hang on. Hello, Moto. Okay. So Hunter talked about that is what happened when they, you know, charged him with trying to, what do they call it? Carjacking. And he says the woman had a kid in the car. He didn't know there was a kid in the car, or he wouldn't have. See, that story's kind of all over the place too. So, you know, he does the deed, didn't know there was a kid in the car, and then when he retells it, right? Girl, I do drama over here sometimes. It's called Remain Calm, Being Nosy. And no, I do not consider myself a trauma channel. FYI, I'm going to have to make up a name for my channel. It ain't trauma. For real. It's Remain Calm, Being Nosy. Okay, so Hunter talks about the carjacking, didn't know there was a kid in the car. They didn't tell him there was a kid in the car. That turned into he was meeting that person up. He was meeting that person up. He was meeting up with that person, right? True crime trauma. I know, Cursed. I've traumatized you before. I apologize. I apologize. Curse is like, I don't come in there very often. I never know when she gonna get me. He was buying vapes. He was allegedly buying vapes from this person, and they tried to rip him off. I don't know how that ends up being that you tried to take a car and it had a kid in it. I don't know.
That's the foodless.
No,
or
priceless.
Priceless. Okay. All right.
And then I was like,
Okay, that's where she talked about. Is that where you're talking about when she said Moreland Drive? Is that where you're talking about?
Okay. So from here, where do you guys go?
Walgreens, you pick up my mom's prescription.
Okay. Is that the Walgreens right down at the
Yeah,
edge
it's
here?
right straight across.
It's the one that I showed the other day that it's right down here?
Yeah, when we turned to come down here,
Yeah.
it's right down the corner.
Okay. And you get mom's prescription.
Yep.
Then what happens?
Then I told Mom, I said, why don't we get a Sonic?
Okay.
Because it's hot out.
Right.
So we drove in there, got a Sonic.
Right across the street.
Yep, right across the street.
Okay.
And then we left from there, and I went up Moreland Drive because I had to pick up
I went up Moreland Drive.
a few things. I was in the store for maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
Grabbed.
Well, we had over 5 minutes of beautiful bean footage of her messing with grandma in the store.
milk and some cheese, and I don't remember what else I bought.
Okay. And that's the foodless?
No,
or
priceless.
Priceless. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And then I was like, Hunter, you're not coming to the house. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're going back to your house.
Okay.
Okay, she doesn't say, Hunter asked me if he could come back to my house. She just says, Hunter, you're not coming back to my house. Why would Hunter ask to go back to your house if he had to be home because his probation officer was, coming to give him a substance test? So, hey, I know that my probation officer's coming, but can you give me a couple of them twisted teas? Right? Alrighty then.
And I took him back to his house and dropped him off and left. And Summer was still awake when I left his house.
Okay. Okay.
And Allie did never walk to the truck and try to talk to me.
Okay.
I tried to get her to come over and talk to me, but she wouldn't.
Okay. Where did?
I believe her. I do believe that. I don't think Allie walked to the truck at all. I really don't. And Candace changing Summer in the bathroom. Hunter said Allie was sitting on the toilet asleep in the bathroom. So that was kind of weird to me. That was weird.
From here, when you left here, okay, and you went to Sonic, like you mentioned, what flavors do you buy? Do you remember?
I think I got me and Mom a grape.
Is that your favorite?
Not my mom.
Is that your
Summer got
favorite?
grape. That's my favorite. I don't remember what Mom got. She got it's like a cool water or something like that.
Okay.
And then Hunter, I think, wanted the blue one, I think.
Okay, is that the slushy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Slushies. I don't know.
Did you buy food?
Nope.
Just the slushies?
Just the slushies.
Okay, then what happened?
And then we left from there, went to Priceless, and I wasn't even in there 5 minutes.
Okay.
Grabbed my milk, come right back out the door, and he was sitting there playing on TikTok like he always does.
Okay.
I mean, and then for him to sit there and say that he doesn't even make TikToks, I have on my phone personally, I can show you where he's made TikToks.
Okay.
Oh, well, she got a phone where she can show he did TikToks. Okay.
I hope you've given it to the officials, right?
No, actually, it's still on my phone. I haven't had a chance because I was going to talk to them Tuesday when I went back to town.
Okay,
I
got
got
it.
some business I got to take care of.
Got it. Roger that. So,
I ain't gave it to him yet. I'm going back to town. I am going back to town. I will give it to him then. Why would you give law enforcement your phone to snitch on Hunter for doing TikToks? Now, I know that I don't know which app it is, but you can have your videos delete themselves or something in a certain amount of time. But fucking Hello Moto getting on my nerves. Hang on, y'all. Give me just a second. Oh, it's Snapchat. Thank you, Sarah. And in a message, Dawn told Cher the whole thing was made up. Story about Candace going over there. Going over where? Yeah, Snapchat. You can, delete that stuff. So, she can prove that he's got TikToks. Why would you need to take a phone to law enforcement to say, hey, this kid makes TikToks, right? I think law enforcement had his phone. Law enforcement had Hunter's phone. I think they would know he did TikToks, right? All right. Candace going over where? Well, that's stupid because we seen where he was with her at the watering hole. So then that whole day would have been a lie then, right? Yeah, disappear in 24 hours encourages sneakiness. Dawn is always saying different, just like Candace. How would Dawn know anyway? He wasn't there. Dawn allegedly wasn't around that day. But I don't know.
From there, you go back to Hunter's house.
I drop him off.
Explain the milk. The picture of
It was sitting right there beside Summer.
Okay.
Because when I handed it to Hunter in the car, he was on the outside.
Oh.
I said, Hunter, put this on the other side of Summer. Just set it over there.
Okay.
And she was wide awake sitting up.
Okay.
Like, she didn't go to sleep until after we left out.
Did she change clothes?
Yeah, I changed the clothes because when I
Yes, the story goes David Dotson was up on the hill. Candace was showing law enforcement them swimming that day. The boys were in that TikTok. He later came out and changed his story. I have it. It's in my content. David Dotson talks to Unmask. Mr. A missed a spot. You sure did, mister.
the windows down, it could be 100 degrees. I'll have all the windows up. Roll up the window, mommy, I'm cold. And she not be cold, but I still do it.
Is that part of Summer's
That's just
personality?
Summer.
Tell me about Summer.
Tell me about
I want to know about Summer.
She's a happy little girl.
Okay.
She's the best little girl anybody could imagine. Just like, well, I don't really want to say her name.
Yeah, don't say her name.
But, you know, happy-go-lucky. Nothing ever brings her down hardly.
Mm-hmm. Today's a tough day for you, I can tell.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's been tough lately.
Tell me about that.
Well, every time I look around, I see her face.
Okay. Oh, wow. I had no idea this was happening here. None.
Hold on, I muted myself. Did I not unmute myself when I came back? That is me. For real. For sure. I can guarantee you, if Hunter wasn't with Candace that day and it was all made up, law enforcement would know that. Right? Yeah. Well, see, she sees Equisurge. I guess she didn't want to be alone. Robin should have stayed off camera. Yeah. Robin went and took pictures with Equisurge, right? Yes, that is the story. I never heard Candace tell that story. I absolutely heard David Dotson tell the story. He was at 110 Ben Hill Road on June 15th. Candace pulled out her phone and showed a TikTok. And it had the boys also swimming that day. Then he had to switch that up and, you know, tell a different story. I'm sure that they were livid that David spoke of what he's seen, right? Hey, Lisa, go ask him. You go ask him. Dawson, first one to show up even before Robin and Candace showed pictures. Yes, that is what we just said, Karen with a K. Two vehicles. Well, they did say, JLR said he talked to someone at the stables, and they said that that vehicle was there most of the day. That is what they said. That kind of put a wrench in a lot of different things, right? We're not going to talk about it, John. I don't know what the girls are talking about, but you know how girls are. Yes, thank you, Flies. You could have asked her when you met her in Arkansas. But I do understand. I will say this, because I had a conversation with Lisa J about it. Lisa felt pretty weird about it herself, you know, meeting up with Candace. She found it to be, you know, a little weird.
Okay, so did you catch what I saw?
Well,
The dr-
you mean where just the second where you turned around? Oh, you mean
No,
what
no.
it checked in the conversation?
yeah, how the
When
the,
Equus
No,
the,
are
volume,
talking.
the tone shifted,
Yeah.
her voice drops, and what happened was there was a couple of cars that pulled up behind us
Right.
that were doing some search and rescue stuff, and she thought that I had set it up that she would be there when they came down to do search and rescue, and I had no idea that those people were going to be there,
Right.
because I felt at that moment she was turning a corner here in relationship to wanting to tell us a little bit more.
And it got kind of interrupted by this chance event.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it came across watching this that you suspected that she had something of which she wished to unburden herself, and that it was interrupted by these people showing up. I do want to say though that people who are familiar with me and my work know that I coined, I coined the term elimination murder, right? And that was my term for where an individual has a motive for eliminating a person, usually an intimate, because they are a witness to something. They're an impediment to a financial windfall. They're an impediment to a romance, whatever. They have to eliminate the person, and they come up with these ridiculous cover stories that don't add up because the people who do these things don't tend to be particularly sophisticated. And one of the really interesting things about contemporary elimination murders, when I've studied them, is that when people concoct these ridiculous stories, they tend to use to take advantage of things that will have timestamps, like TikTok videos.
Oh,
So that the idea is that
goodness.
you can say, well, I can show you where I was. Look at the time on the, look where we were at this,
Exactly.
whatever.
Look at my, my video with the timestamp where Summer's in the back of the car. She had her hands up like her daddy. I wanted to get it, but it didn't work out that way. You know. For sure. Who left the area? Because he got married. He married I can't think of the denomination of the church, but it wasn't an SDA woman. It was a woman with a totally different religious belief. Baptist, wasn't it? Lisa, I don't think she was going to tell you anything. I think that she was going to take a walk down memory lane with you. Right? Yes, thank you. Why take a picture of the meat? It's the meat. I got to plug my phone in. My phone is dying. That Hello Moto lady, she doesn't tell me when my phone's dying. She just wants to bother me. Okay. All right. All right, all right. Okay. Yes. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's what she was going to do. For sure.
And so when people come up with those stories, and I cannot say, of course, that that's what's going on here. I'm simply saying, as food for thought, that when people come up with, they concoct stories like that, there's a lot of that, like, you know, it was 12:01 when I called the police and requested an ambulance, and there's a timestamp. You know, I was at it. I know, you know, and they'll always say, well, I can prove I was there because, you know, there's a camera on the corner of such and such, and it's such an immediate thought that you think, is that why you did it on that corner? Because you knew there was a camera that would prove your location? Because you knew that having, so that I always get kind of interested in people that do these things where a portion of their whereabouts are on tape or whatever, because they happen to be using the technology or something that's going to record that, and then they point that out to you. It's fascinating to me. But I just put that out there as an interesting food for thought. I mean, did that
Lisa, she didn't want you to video it, but she didn't show up. Right?
doesn't that occur to you as interesting?
I don't even want to get into that shit.
Absolutely. And in fact, both parties, unfortunately, have projected those types of, timelines, i.e., I was at this place at a certain time, yada, yada. And,
Yep.
What's the old saying, right? Go ask the blind man, he saw it. Right? We used to, as when somebody would come in and they'd sit in the lobby, and then you'd interview the subject, and they would go, well, you can ask Frank, he's sitting in the lobby. He can verify everything I'm telling you here. So, but in this particular moment, I noticed a stark shift in her, not only in her, her facial features. I mean, she just 100% started to drift down. And I think for a moment,
I think she was drifting down because that was in Arkansas, Cursed. Lisa says, I ain't cass-apping or nothing. Don't you be cass-apping people, Lisa. No. They may have showed, but they did it behind Lisa's back. That was in Arkansas when Dawn and Candace was there, the celebrities, and they got law enforcement called on them. Yeah, that's why you couldn't video it. Her ass didn't show. So I think once she saw EquiSearch there, things were a little different.
there, she thought, she couldn't trust me for that minute there. And so just real fast, you'll see her.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
She's almost locked in.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
Well, help me understand.
And then immediately shifts away
Yes,
from her daughter.
I don't know
in the
what else
conversation.
I can
She was
tell
thinking
you.
about her daughter, and tells me, as you can see there, well, and then it starts getting lower and lower and lower. And then right after this, in full transparency, the individuals that were searching were contacted by Robin, who was there, but she was away walking the dog. And they told her that, hey, we were coming down here to do a search. We didn't know you were going to be here. And Miss Robin asked them if you wouldn't mind, just kind of
Robin
leaving
took a
there.
picture
And
with
they weren't
that.
really happy about it, but they did leave. But what was fascinating is shortly thereafter this piece.
Lisa, she probably wanted to meet up at the church because that's where y'all met up to start with. Okay. Jesus.
She goes into a mini meltdown to where I really thought, Gary, she wanted to give
Yep.
more information. So,
Interesting.
When you went home, tell me about those dynamics that day. Take
On the
me
way
back to
home?
that day. Yeah, on the way home.
On the way home, well, we were just sitting there talking, me and Mom.
And you got to remember, Lisa, you went on a shitload of panels and shit talked her and Dawn. And then all of a sudden, you wanted to meet up with her. I mean, I'm not even that street smart, but even I would be like, WTF? What does this girl want?
Well, everything pretty much, trees, flowers, rock. Whatever Mom likes, pretty much we talk about. Like,
I mean, do you see a shift in her personality? She goes right from something's wrong with my, up here with my daughter to, oh yeah, we were, we're back into rocks and stuff. And I mean, am I missing something there?
I mean,
It's called EquiSearch showed up. Was it Soup Kitchen? Yes. Yes, Flies. I believe it was. Soup Kitchen Day at the church.
it's complicated because, as I mentioned earlier, this is a common thing that gets pointed out, like the mismatch between affect and what a person's talking about, and they're talking about the disappearance of their child. But the problem is that we must remember that when people lose a child or experience some other kind of traumatic event, it can flatten and dissociate them, right? So that their affect can be a mismatch. At the same time, I mean, I see what you're talking about, that there's something that's kind of off about the
Yeah,
the
it's called
transitions and the way that it's being
EquiSearch
talked
showed
about
up.
and all that. It is intriguing, to be sure. Let me put it that way. But I don't think we can make a leap about why it's a little strange. But also, I just want to say quickly, I remember reading earlier when we were talking about this case, I looked on some website that gave all the information on the case, and it said that police, law enforcement, etc., FBI, had actually looked at all of the electronics of the family members, including social media,
Thank you.
where they were, timestamps, content, etc.,
Thank
and also like
you.
surveillance cameras and things like that. And I think that's interesting if the idea is it's a random abductor, right? It's kind of interesting. I mean, I assume you're aware, Chris, that it's out, that's public knowledge that they looked at that stuff.
Yeah,
They
they found nothing. Yeah.
Right. That's interesting too. Right.
And also, criminals, they know how to contact individuals without showing people how they're contacting individuals, right? Yep, she was hangry. She was hangry.
Found nothing on surveillance cameras. I found nothing on. I don't think we know the results of computer devices and phones and things taken from family, do we? I don't think
No.
that's been reported.
Right.
But they have. But according to what I read, they were taken and examined
Yes.
and documented. No, that's interesting. So, do you know when we'll find out if there was anything on there of value?
I think it'll be released to the public probably after an arrest, and if not in court at that.
After an arrest, if not in court, right? You should have took her to Burger King, Lisa. She would have opened up and told you everything. She would have. You could have recorded it and you could have gave it to your homegirl, Sissy Bible. She was waiting on that information, Lisa. You screwed it up. You screwed it all up, Lisa.
Point.
But I think you'd agree that's pretty important information because of the point
Absolutely.
that if you don't have any evidence of an abduction, I mean, obviously that's something. And of course, if people are innocent, they would be more than happy to turn those things over. And so hopefully that's what happened. There was a lot of cooperation. People are looking, nothing will turn up, but then we'll be left with a mighty mysterious case here.
Yeah, and
But
this is one of the things. Remember when I
Yeah.
asked her about, where that phone is? Have you given it to the authorities yet? And she
right,
says
that's,
no.
that's why I'm asking. I heard it say that it's correct.
Yeah, so I thought that was problematic at that moment as well. But I want to get to the second shift in her behavior, because what happened was she literally got to a place where she was just full on crying, and she looks at me, and I, out of respect for her at the time, I did, in retrospect, I look back and realized I'd made a mistake. But at the time, she looks at me and she goes, Chris, she goes, I really feel that God is mad at me. And she sits down and has this pure meltdown. And I thought, okay, there's something more here. She's going to say something that, she felt safe with me at that moment.
Now, Chris has her watch the Hunter and Ellie interview. And then she breaks down And out of the kindness of his heart, he doesn't, he doesn't record it. For sure. Yeah, you took her to Fazoli's. Yeah, spaghetti. She could have had her favorite spaghetti. Goulash. Goulash, right?
Moment. And unfortunately, we didn't get to, it didn't present itself.
What's Summer doing? She's like, oh, she fell asleep. I was like, oh, how's she sleeping? And when I look back, because I'm driving, and I look back like this, she had her arms up like this, like her daddy sleeps all the time.
Okay.
So I wanted to catch that moment.
Okay.
It was just things I do.
Right.
And I was like, here, Mom, hurry up, take that picture. And then she accidentally hit the video record instead of the picture part.
Okay.
So like, did you catch it? She's like, no, I accidentally hit the video part.
That's what you get for handing grandma the camera.
What's the matter if you hit the video part or the camera part? It still should have shown Summer with her arms in that position. Now, if you go back and look at that, the way that Summer's shoulder is, the way that it's located against the milk cartons would have meant that Summer readjusted herself within that time. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I can show you if you want. I can show you if you want. I think everybody in here that I see has already looked at the milk jug video many times. Let me see. Because it makes sense. If this all happened within a short period of time, here we go. Hold on. I just want the picture. I don't need to. I want to get a good picture. That's not a good picture. Okay. Actually, I think the video is on here. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I don't want to look at that right now. I'll end up getting way off a track. Way off my track here. Hold on. Let's get back to it. I don't think the baby's arms was up above her head. Arms don't fall between. Yeah, it seems like she would have had to have adjusted, right? The way that her shoulder was placed on the milk jugs, within that period of time, she would have had to readjusted herself.
Yeah, well, I was driving though.
Okay.
And I was like, just put her arm back down. She's like, yeah. I was like, dang. And then she got a picture of her, but by that time her arm was down. But her arm was up most of the time like this.
Right.
And we were like 2 minutes from the house when she took her arm down.
Okay.
And then when we got to the house, we unlocked the gate, went up, and I woke her up. She got up.
6:09 wasn't 2 minutes from the house. It was a little bit longer than that, but Candace doesn't keep track of time.
I buckled her. She got out of the car. We went and grabbed the boys from the house to come help us with the groceries.
Yep.
Because I always have them come help us do something.
And now, who was home when you got home?
My 3 sons.
Okay. And how old's your oldest?
He'll be 13 in September.
Okay. So was he babysitting?
Well, technically they weren't really. They were watching TV and sleeping at the same time.
Okay.
And I was just gonna run out for a second, and we never even planned. I didn't even plan for Hunter to even be with us that day at all.
Got it.
He just called me.
But it didn't matter if Hunter was with you or not. Don't blame it on Hunter that you were gone more than just a few minutes. Okay.
And was like, want to come over for a second? I was like, yeah, I'll come over for a second, but I got to get right back to mom. And that was all it was a quick second thing.
Got it.
And he's like, Mom, can I go with them? I'm like sitting there shaking my head like this. And I was like, I don't care. So I'm just like, okay, whatever.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So what? Okay, so Candace went by. Candace is saying that Hunter asked if he could go with them that day. So if Candace would have picked him up and wasn't running all those errands, then the possibility of him going home with her that day probably was a little bit higher. But she was running errands and, you know, doing her motherly duty, right? Well, I don't think Hunter would have asked if he could go fishing with them unless it was mentioned to him first. Okay, I'm just saying. Who's like, hey, Mom, I'm going to go fishing with Candace. And Candace ain't said nothing about going fishing, right? All right. That comment's going to be removed. If your comment's removed, don't take it personally. Okay, so Hunter asked Candace. Candace asked Hunter. Okay.
I think nothing of it. You know what I'm saying? I always take them kids. Every time they call me and ask me, come get me, I always come get them because their mom don't do nothing with them.
Okay.
She just sits there.
That seems to be the difference between you and Allie. You guys have a difference in terms of what you say you do and what she says she does, right?
Right.
There's always that. It seems to be a
There's always
conflict.
Conflict somewhere.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead. Finish your.
There is proof that, you know, Summer, there is proof of life that day with Summer, okay? For sure. They had no poles. Yeah. Yeah. That's why Hunter said they went swimming, right?
But I'm always taking the kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months ago. I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie if she wanted her and the kids wanted to go up to, I want to call it Ducktown because that's where we're planning on going with Ducktown. And she's like, no, I'm going to sleep, blah, blah, blah. We're like, all right. I was like, well, can I go? And Allie's like, yeah, go ahead. So we took him up to Ducktown with us and stuff and brought him back and everything was fine. I thought we were good friends, but I guess.
Okay, did you just hear that? Did you just hear that? Not once in the conversation that Chris McDonough had with Allie or Hunter did I hear anything about Allie and Hunter being at 110 Ben Hill Road that day.
Every time they call me and ask me, come get me, I always come get them because their mom don't do nothing with them.
Okay.
She just sits there.
That seems to be the difference between you and.
Rest in peace, Allie. She just sits there on the toilet and sleeps, right, Candace? And she doesn't have a job. Allie actually worked at one point, right?
Allie, you guys have a difference in terms of what you say you do and what she says she does, right?
Right.
There's always that. It seems to be a
There's always
conflict.
Conflict somewhere.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead. Finish your
But I'm
thought.
always taking the kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months ago. I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie if she wanted her and the kids wanted to go up to, I want to call it Ducktown because that's where we're planning on going with Ducktown. And she's like, no, I'm going to sleep, blah, blah, blah. We're like, all right. I was like, well, can I go? And Allie's like, yeah, go ahead. So we took him up to Ducktown with us and stuff and we brought him back and everything was fine. I thought we were good friends, but I guess she's trying to get back at me for some reason. I don't know.
Those are reasons that.
It's beyond me.
Yeah.
It blows my mind.
And you know what? That's not for me, right? Let's let the authorities figure
Right,
that
I'm
out.
not
You know what I
even
mean?
trying to-
You know what I
That's
mean?
why I didn't really want to do an interview because I'm not trying to fight this.
Right.
Her say something that I say,
Right.
I'm not into all that game.
I'm here to help find your
I
daughter.
want to find Summer. I don't even care about anybody else's bullcrap. I want to find my daughter.
I do too. Okay,
That's all this matters to me.
I totally agree. I totally agree that I'm on that same page with you. All these people, I'm sure, are on the.
She lying and I ain't crying. I wasn't here when this started and have a question. When you keep, oh, Marie. I'm talking about Lisa J, Sarah. She is going by Marie. Lisa Marie. That is her. That is that lady who knew Don and Candace Pryor, had lived on a property that Don Wells and his ex-wife Pam Wells resided at. That was they were very nice to homeless single women. And it sounds like a lot of men, pedoacas, we'll call them, at the same time. Damn, you just doxing her all out there, ain't you, Flies? She doesn't hide who she is. We know who she is.
Exact same page as well. I think you know that, right?
Yeah.
So walk me through when you got home.
Okay.
You unload the groceries. What exactly is going down there?
Well, I bring my kids out and we all go unload the groceries, but we all go to my house first because we sort out my mom's groceries from her.
Okay.
We always do.
Yeah.
And we did that, and Mom walked back across, and me and Summer were putting groceries away and watching TV off and on, and just chilling with the boys, hanging out. And then we decided to do some laundry, because laundry, my kids, they got 80 pairs of pants, 80 pairs of tips, each one of them.
Okay.
So, doing laundry at my house is like
A job, right?
It's a job.
Right. Do you have a bulldozer?
No. Sometimes I.
She said, tells us that the boys had a lot of clothes. She doesn't say Summer had a lot of clothes. She just says the boys had a lot of clothes.
Which I did.
Okay.
That's just okay.
Got it. That's okay.
But
Lisa, we don't have your address. We do not want your address, lady. We don't want it, girl. Everybody knows who you are. Don't get butthurt. For real. We do not need your address, nor your new phone number. I don't know if you got a new phone number or not.
You're doing laundry.
doing laundry and stuff, and kids are all sitting there watching TV, chilling. And I stepped down. I noticed Mom was sitting on the step, and her step is like literally from here to that tree, from my doorstep.
Okay.
I can literally walk over and be right there.
Okay.
And she's like looking around. I was like, "What's your problem?" She's like, "We got to get these plants transplanted."
Don't forget, the laundry story was thrown in there after Dawn and allegedly Grandma, they all had a big powwow to add things to the that's funny, Flies. They all had a big powwow on what the script was going to be. Because law enforcement, they liked Don Wells so much, they were like, "Hey, man, get with your wife. Tell her to work on that timeline, right?" If someone said that to me about any timeline period, my mind would go to, there's a problem. Houston, we have a problem. They want to know about the timeline.
In bigger pots.
Okay.
And she's
Now
like,
you're sitting on the front porch, or where you
"No,
all?
I'm not. I'm
Are you in the
standing.
house?
No. She's sitting on our camper step right there. And,
Okay.
And the flowers are here on both sides.
Okay.
And I'm just standing there. We're just talking. And she's like, "We gotta get these transplanted." And I was like, "All right, well." She goes, "Well, we know the boys ain't gonna help because they don't like to do flowers."
Yeah. Well, boy does,
You
right?
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was like, "But I know someone that will." So I ran back in the house and I grabbed Summer. She was sitting in the kitchen playing with her little short guys with big eyeballs.
That's what Chris was talking about prior, about Summer being in an area playing with her little little trinket toys in an area where there was light. Okay, there was light.
And I was like, Summer, you want to plant flowers? Me and Grandma
Is
planted
that the
rocks.
LOL things? Are they?
No, they're not.
like
She didn't
them?
really like LOLs.
Okay.
She didn't care for those. No, I don't know what they're called. They're all kinds of different characters, like
Okay.
different animals, but they got big eyes.
Okay.
She liked them, so I bought them.
The pixel lady. What do you mean, the pixel lady? I'm lost. I'm lost. She's a bit too joyful speaking about the day Summer disappeared.
And she was like, Summer, you want to do some flower planting and stuff? She jumped up faster than anybody could. I've seen jump up. She's like, pretty flowers. I'm like, yeah, let's go over to Grandma's and plant flowers. Transplant is what we did. And so we did that, and I don't know, it took us a while. Probably 30, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. I don't know. We're not real fast people. We don't.
Okay. You're
pretty
Tennessee.
much. Me and Mom do.
Okay.
She's not a fast person, right? We know that. You don't run or go for walks. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. A lot of people don't run or walk around. For sure. You hope that, Fox? You think that that is happening? Oh, yeah, the WCIA lady. I showed some of her yesterday, Flies. I did. I don't know. It's hearsay, but I hear that, neither one of them have at any time tried to seek help with any addictions that they have.
That's what we did. We drank Mountain Dew. Yeah. And Summer, we got done. We washed our hands real quick, went in Grandma's house, and she asked Grandma for a piece of candy. She always does.
Okay.
And of course, Grandma gives it to her.
Sure.
Why would Summer need to wash her hands? Because she, I don't believe, planted cactuses herself. And if she was, putting the rocks in and her toys in, I don't know if her hands would be that dirty, but oh well.
And she wanted a piece of candy, so Grandma gave it to her. We were sitting there for about 5-10 minutes, maybe at the most. And she goes, Mom, I want to go back to the house with my brothers. I was like, all right. So I got up and I walked her back across.
I don't believe that. I don't believe Summer said, Mommy, I want to go hang out with my brothers. I don't. I believe Candace walked her to the door and said, keep an eye on your sister. I'll be right back. Now, as I have said many times before, what happened? Where'd you go, lady? Where did you go? Now, I cannot say, there's so much lying going on. The timeline is just screwed up. They have said 20,000 things happened between 3:15 and when law enforcement was called. And then Candace was like, she only been gone 10 minutes. If you're looking back, like I said, I believe Candace cried wolf about the kids being missing or whatever. What parent calls law enforcement after 10 minutes of looking? And do you really think that Candace would call Dawn or law enforcement for a 10-minute time span of Summer missing? Right? I think Summer would have just ran out and over. No, yeah, I agree, Kirst. I agree. I know. I know.
To where I could literally see her walking to my doorstep.
Okay.
And she
Front door, back door?
No, it's, well, I don't know if you want to call it the front door, back door, because I don't really consist.
Wait, I could literally see her walking to my doorstep. I thought you walked her over there.
Which way?
Which door is it? Yeah, in some of the pictures I see, there's a door around the bottom
okay,
and the
not
back.
the basement door. I call it the kitchen door, is what I call it.
Okay.
And she walked in there, and there's a scaffolding that we have for steps, the yellow and black scaffolding we have for steps. And I put my hand on the scaffolding, I said, boy, watch something, I'll be right back. And I had to go over and help mom. She was still sitting over there. And I had to go and get her knee brace and fix it for her because it was twisting the crap.
Okay.
Like,
So sorry about the wind. But one of the interesting things there, she adds a timeline of 30, 45 minutes into the laundry detail, right?
Right. With
And
some
then she,
photos, right, yeah.
right. And then she adds another 10, whatever it is, 15 minutes. So that's like 55 minutes that she's at least projecting here that she's at the house.
Yes.
Summer, wants to come out, play, pick up flowers with her and with her
Yes.
grandma. And she's there just kind of, I guess, watching it allegedly. Then
Yes.
at that point, Summer decides, Mom, I want to go back into the house and play with my brothers. And so she decides, well, I guess I'll escort her to the house. So what do you think?
BS.
I
When
mean,
you hear- I'm not buying it. I'm being honest.
I could tell that you don't buy it. I thought there was a very interesting little accidental moment there where you said, do you have a bulldozer? Which of course has got a double meaning if you don't believe anything she's saying. And her answer is, sometimes I wish I did,
Yes.
which is kind of fascinating, right? If but anyway, but it sort of comes across like it was that moment where you stepped out of the conversation and said, do either of us?
No, I think they all stood at the top of the hill and said, Summer, Summer. I think so. And I don't know. I mean, after all this time, I still believe that Dawn was in that area that day. I don't know what time. I just can't pinpoint the time. Now, I've had this conversation with Flies, and Fly says that, of course, Dawn Wells's phone would have pinged, where law enforcement would know, where his phone's pinging and stuff. Right? And I agree with that. Tucker Drywall never came out publicly and gave Dawn an alibi for any of the stuff he said happened that day. Okay? I have him admitting why he got fired. It came out of his own mouth. He was fired because people were letting Tucker Drywall's wife know what about his stepsisters and stuff. Okay? Yes, she would have had to have changed her clothes. She would have had to have. She would have had to have at least taken the jacket off, right? Yeah, the pings would have proven he was in Jonesboro.
Believe anything that we're saying right now.
Right.
And it was very, very interesting, but of course we can't tell. I can't say for sure what's going on. But I do think it comes across like a person who is making, just an opinion, making a gallant effort to attempt to account for time in a way that starts to not add up to the average individual. And the other thing that's very strange is he comes across like somebody that is going out of their way to paint the picture of, we were really loving as a family, pretty flowers and playing in the water, and grandma comes and is going to go out in the yard. But you look at that house and it looks like, Yucca Flats after the blast. It looks like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't exactly give a vibe.
Absolutely. And I've said this for a long time now. They were absolutely trying to make Candace out to be the greatest mother in the world, right? All these people say that she was absolutely doing horrific things to her children. But that's okay. I mean, you know, keep being her friend. Keep being her friend. People who know, right? They say they know that she did things to the boys. Don't hesitate to befriend this woman and have conversations with her. I'm not into that. Not at all. No way. No way, Jose. Before somebody says dead spot, they'd still show a line of travel. Yeah. Right. What if he had a burner phone? Oh, it would still ping, right? Even with the burner phone, it's still ping. I still don't know why he would say 5:30. Because if he got that call at 5:30, he didn't get home until 7 o'clock, right? Close to 7.
Warm and toasty. You know, you wouldn't want to go to camp there or something. So that what I think is it's strange because it sounds like somebody attempting to make something sound rosy that is absolutely horrifying. Also, isn't it interesting how many times flowers are referenced over and over and over in so
Yes,
many different ways? And she even has one on her arm. She has a tattoo of one on her arm. But it's like thematically, like if you were to do like a word count, that keeps coming up. It's like an obsessional theme over and over again. And I don't know what that's about. But even resurrection, by the way, has that same theme, right? Put it in the ground and it. But there's something about that gives me the creeps about that preoccupation with planting and
Flowers.
burying things and whatever. Anyway, gives me the creeps. But it comes up over and over and over and over and over. I mean, every single time she's talking, I'm like,
yeah, it could have been a slip. If you're telling the truth, right? Nobody can trick you into answering anything out of pocket if you're telling the truth. If you're telling the truth. If someone asks you a question and you're telling the truth, it's so easily just the story doesn't change. The burner phone would still ping. Okay. Well, see, that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, if the burner phone would still ping, then I don't know how they do that, right? No, when he went home, he could have taken his regular phone, right? See, that's the thing. The only thing is if he left his phone at the job site and went home without taking his phone, that's a possibility, right? No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Oh, yeah. Yes, they can. They can easily track and obtain location pings from a burner phone if it's turned on and connected to a cellular network. Yes. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it would have had to have pinged his route. See, what always got me, though, was him saying, I talked to Candace all the way home. I couldn't believe it, that I talked to her all the way home. But then he says he went to the shed when he pulled up, he seen Jody and Blue Roof Dawn looking for Summer. The boys were in that area somewhere, and he went to the shed because he already knew that they were looking up on the hill, and Candace had not called him to tell him if she had been found or not. Yes, that is out there.
Keeping a mental count of it, and it's just a hovering on that theme. I don't know what that's about, but didn't you say all the flowers are like kind of dead and corroded at
Yeah.
that house? It doesn't look like a flower lover's garden.
No,
there.
they're not.
And there was no
They-
flower bed or anything, right? It's just like a couple
No.
of pots.
Yeah.
Sorry.
With rocks on the majority of it, weeds. You know,
Weeds are going to grow up if you do not de-weed your soil. You are going to get weeds. You know, it was weird to me. I love cactuses. I used to have many plants. I took horticulture for 4 years in high school. I would have not, number one, probably planted my cactuses outside. I would want to make sure because, you have to water a lot of times cactuses correctly, or, they pass away very quickly. I'm just saying. But Chris showed him before.
and and her sister's name was Rose, too, by the way.
Oh, really? Well, there's something thematically interesting about it. I can't put my finger on what it is, but when people tell a story, particularly if it's an untrue story, and we don't know if that's going on here, they have a tendency to kind of adhere to a theme and obsessionally stick to it over and over and over and over.
Yeah,
and I'm just intrigued by that. That sounds like that's my story and I'm sticking to it, kind of a thing.
and
But you can tell that you don't believe the story.
Right,
You're very
because
positive. Yeah, right.
of course, it presented itself very. The one of the biggest challenges, obviously, that I think looking at this through the investigator's lens, has been the consistency of the basic tenets of the story. Right, flowers.
Right.
Grandma. She left my
Right.
site. She said hi to the boys.
Peppermint
went
candy.
downstairs, and I went in. Where's Summer? And she's downstairs. I went over, looked downstairs, yelled her name. She
Right.
didn't respond. Boom, she's gone, vanished.
Yeah.
Right.
It's an
And
odd
then,
story.
right. And let me show you. Let me get to one other part here because we
5
saw
minutes,
another show.
maybe 2 minutes. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not a time person. Never have been.
See, and there she references back to not being a time person, but just before that, she knew it was 30 to 45 minutes to do the laundry. Okay. When I first asked her, what time did you get home? She goes, I don't know. It was blah, blah, blah. She's all over the map. And then she wants to pinpoint a specific time frame, which to your point earlier, okay, she says, oh yeah, 30 to 45 minutes we did the laundry. And yet when I say we're talking about how long was the child out of your sight, she goes, I don't know, I'm not a time person. Okay. So that's kind of like,
well, she's right. I was thinking that earlier, that there was a contradiction in going out of your way to say I'm not a time person, but then obsessively accounting for minutes as if you're sitting there with a with a stopwatch in your head.
exactly.
Going, 31 minutes to do this and 15 minutes to do that. It almost sounds like somebody said, memorize this. And if anybody asks you to
Thank
get this information,
you.
here's what you say, And doesn't it come across that way to you?
Very scripted. I have felt that the story was scripted. And
Yes, I still think the story is scripted.
grandmother,
Who's
kind
the
of
script
confirm. Well, that's a great question. That's a great question.
Hmm.
It's definitely not a stranger, in my opinion.
And next thing I know, I said, Mom, I'm going back over with the kids, chill and hang out, whatever. And I freaking asked her brother, where'd your sister go? She was just right.
See, what was interesting about that, she qualifies that statement by saying, next thing I know.
Yep.
Okay. Now, you and I both know in a traumatic event that when you are living that tunnel vision where everything is slowing down and everything is reliving itself, okay, I mean, those are like really narrow walls that are right there. And typically you don't hear that comment of, well, the next thing I know, that I've often heard, and you keep me on the right lane here, Doug, is, well, this is what happened. And I mean, I can tell you, as you know, when my son passed away, you know, I was in Disneyland when I got the phone call from the cops that my son had died. I can tell you.
Yes. It's sad that Chris McDonough's son passed away.
Every moment, exactly where I was standing and all of that. And in this case, I was kind of measuring that against my own experience. Okay? Yeah. And when she made that comment, I thought, okay, there is a flag here, a red flag.
Here with you. Oh, she wanted to go play with the toys downstairs, Mom. I think none, because that's where our room is. That's where the toys are. Okay. And after about a second, I didn't hear nothing down there. I was like, you sure she went downstairs? They're like, yeah, Mom, she went downstairs. Okay. And my boys do not lie. So I went around because my stairs, my husband calls it a bar, but it's not really a bar. I call it a mess. We don't get over the staircase. I guess you could call it a bar, but it's not really a bar because we don't break down.
It was like an old filing desk that was put in front of and over a staircase that, like I said prior, I don't know how Dawn, would take Summer to bed. She would say, Daddy, I'm tired. Yeah.
So, but it was like where we put our TV stand and stuff like that. And I walked around because that's where the steps are hidden up underneath there. And I said, Summer. And she didn't answer me. I said, Summer, are you down there? And she didn't answer me. So I ran down the stairs pretty much. I was freaking out. I was like, why is she not answering me? And I looked, I blew up. I went everywhere looking for her. So I couldn't find her nowhere.
Okay. Then what happened?
She was just gone.
I think the only reason, in my opinion, that she would have even possibly noticed Summer missing and asked that question when she came in the door 2 minutes later is because she was gone a lot longer than 2 minutes. And I don't believe that it was fixing Grandma's knee brace. Okay.
Okay.
She was just gone into nowhere. And
My opinion,
I started
I'm sticking
tracing
to
the property,
it.
going everywhere I could. I sent my boys down through we live on the hill, so it was down by the creek.
Okay, we got 20 minutes, you guys, and then I'm getting my butt off here. I can't believe I've been on here almost 4 hours. For sure. Links to the content that I've showed today is in the description. I've actually got something else in the description too. I can't remember what it is. I've just got so much that
Them all down through there looking and everything. They still didn't find her. And they said no.
Yeah,
so I
that's
ran over.
what I felt.
I called Donnie. That's what I do automatically. I freak out.
You called Donnie.
I called Donnie. I said I cannot find Summer. Come home now. He's like, call the cops. So I threw my phone down on the back of his pickup, ran over to Mom, picked up her phone because
Now, see, that's never made sense to me. She calls her husband on a very good phone, then throws it away and takes her mom's phone to call 911.
yes, I don't understand that either. Why wouldn't she have been able to call 911 on the phone she had? Oh, I think we've covered that before. I thought you could pretty much call 911 all the time, but what do I know?
Right, but remember what I said earlier? If one is considering the possibility of a cover story, things that have timestamps are very important. So in a story like that, you're always going to say, I called at this time. And then because the person has the sense that that's going to make the story seem more true, that you had an emotional reaction and you immediately called and there's a trace of it, right? That kind of thing. So that people always go out of their way to get in these stories.
Do you really believe that she would immediately call Dawn? If Summer was gone, I don't know. My brain's getting mushy. We almost done on this one.
To say that, and then I picked up this phone and then I called and, but explain. I think the point you just made is very important. So explain to the audience a little. I know what you mean, but tell the audience what you mean about why that didn't make sense.
Well, because, one, if later on, which by the way, it ended up happening, the description of, well, the phone wasn't working, so I had to use another phone.
Right.
Well, so right now there is, in this particular narrative, there's the ability to say, well, I threw that phone away. And so that could have been the one that the cops wanted. And, so she's just narrated into the story, the one that she hasn't turned over to the police at that particular point, which she related to us earlier on. That could have been the
Now, the main thing that I wanted you guys to hear, please go check this out, is this right here. So I want to play this one more time, right? That's what I thought, Kirst. All right, so we're kind of going back to the dead end.
To be an odd choice for yes.
Okay, so then if we move forward here, I want to show the door. So this is the lower door, the basement door, where this allegation is that Summer is inside of this door, and that the suspect randomly knew that Summer would have been in that room at that time, not upstairs with her brother or outside with her mother, okay? But randomly the suspect allegedly came up to this door, must have opened it, but there's mixed information about the door being locked or open. The information has been presented in both ways from the parents. And so the grandmother never gave an indication in relationship whether the door was opened or locked. But this in of itself is really statistically, I would submit, a very rare event.
Lisa, why would that seem odd? We wouldn't want to use a retired detective to look into Summer's case. Let's look at a bunch of freaking YouTubers who have no qualifications on investigative work on a missing child's case. So yeah, go back in the bushes, lady.
That all the stars would align in relationship to parking on a dead-end street, coming up a dog trail, going to this door, and finding this 5-year-old, which is the target victimology for this offender. What say you?
No, I think that the facts become very puzzling because, first of all, the type of person who would abduct a child is almost certainly going to be doing so because of a pattern of pedophilic sex offenses. And this would not be a person who would, sort of be able to take any kid randomly. They would have to select a target they had their eye on, unless it could happen opportunistically, but it'd be a much more disorganized, oddball, kind of, psychotic-like or peculiar local who just kind of wandered in there that people would have probably recognized in this small town or, whatever, to be familiar enough with the area, the house, to know the door is open and where the kid is, and the kid is isolated, and if they're not watching, right? So there's something odd on either end of it. If you look at it that this is a sexually perverse person casing the joint, there are qualities about this that are very odd. And the idea of this being a random a sex offender who just happens upon the type of kid he would want to take on a dead end road, also doesn't make a lot of sense. And so it seems to me, immediately looking at this, that you're left with other possibilities, like, things like the kid wandering off somewhere, or even more disturbingly, the possibility that this entire story is not true, and that the call was coming from within the house, as they say. But I suppose that is why people are saying that all possibilities are on the table. I will tell you, without, obviously there's not enough information to make any kinds of accusations or anything like that, but I will tell you that this sounds an awful lot like the kind of stories that I hear that are given as cover stories in offenses where you have like what I have called elimination murder, or something where you have some reason to want to eliminate somebody, or there's some reason why they're missing that has to do with you, and you create a cover story that is very much like this. A random stranger wandered in, took the person for no reason, and I always say it's very instructive to look at the Lizzie Borden case from the 19th century, because that's a really good example of a situation where somebody is making the claim that a stranger wanders into the house, commits this offense, and leaves, but like there's no sign.
Okay. All right. I believe we're going to come over here really quickly. And this is kind of hard to hear. Let's see, I got about 17 minutes left. So I tried to, no, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me find the channel that put that out. Let me see if I've got that on my watch later list. There's a channel that I have that put this conversation out. And you can hear it much better. Let me see. I don't know if I have it. Because I don't remember. Hold on. Let me look in my history. Maybe it's in my history. There's a creator that put it out. You can hear it a lot better. A lot better. I watch so much stuff. I can't never find crap. And I just want to say this because I know that a lot of people, spoke about, Candace was like, Jody Sue didn't come up here till midnight. Andy didn't come up till, a later time saying that he was going looking for Summer or help looking for Summer. You guys have to remember that absolutely law enforcement made everyone leave the hill. They were bringing dogs up there. So, you're not going to, if you use common sense, that's, to me, is not a big deal. Okay, anywho, I will use, the link to this is in my description. I am playing what I think's interesting because in a lot of this you have Dawn and Ernie fighting, right? You have Dawn and Ernie going back and forth. Dawn's calling Ernie names and stuff, threatening to beat him up. You know how it is.
Go ahead.
Dawn says the only people he know is Tucker Drywall people.
Oh yeah, man. Dude, I did not feel for you, bro. I feel for you. I got fired today. Did you know that? I didn't know that. What happened? Yeah, I got fired today because people are sending my boss's wife are sending all kinds of hateful stuff to her Facebook account.
He got fired today because people were sending stuff to Tucker Drywall's wife on Facebook. Dawn says it right there.
Well, Don, you have to be able to work and support your family. We know that.
Yeah, well, I don't have no family left no more. I don't have nothing left. I have nothing left to lose no more. You got that?
He ain't got nothing left to lose anymore.
You got that, bro.
I have nothing left to fucking lose. I've lost everything.
I understand that, Don. I understand. Everybody has a past, Don. Everybody does. But it's what we do in the future.
I don't have a past. I don't have a present no more. I have nothing left to lose no more.
What are you saying, Don? You giving up?
No, I'm not giving up.
Then you got something to lose.
Serious?
Then you got something to lose, then, bro. But listen to what I'm saying.
But I don't have nothing left to lose. I lost two of the biggest builders that we have because of people sending my boss's wife on her Facebook account some most horrific stuff that you could even possibly imagine. It's bullshit.
You know, the most important thing you've lost right now is your daughter, Don.
That's right.
Well,
That's right. I've always believed that. Anytime anyone, you can go back and listen to Don Wells speaking and in interviews. People ask him about his daughter. He flips it around to himself. I lost my job. I don't have a job. So what difference would it make if Summer's found because I don't have a job no more, right? I don't have nothing anymore. So
okay, even if my daughter comes back, I no longer have a job. I have nobody no more.
Pause it. Pause it right there. All he cares about is that job and that contract. He plainly says that. Even if my daughter comes back. Well, how's her daughter come back by herself, Don? You know, she had to be brought back. She don't just.
okay, I don't want to listen to Ernie. I am done. Anybody got anything to add? Please check out the links in the description. Woozy. I do this every time that I talk about Summer's case. I could talk about it all day long. I could show you guys just different receipts on things, and just heartbreaking. Just heartbreaking. But after all this time, I just think it's time that her parents are truthful. And they don't have to be truthful to me. They need to go to law enforcement. Now, granted, would I need proof that their asses are walking in the jail, ring, ring, hey? Let me video me going into the police station. Let me show you, the amount of time that I'm in there. But that doesn't mean they're in there talking about Summer either, right? There's bad apples all over the place with law enforcement. I'm not going to say there isn't. But you're not going to tell me that 1,000 law enforcement individuals, different agencies, all are conspiring to not have a little 5-year-old girl found. Now, I say 5, Summer, of course, is a lot older now, but it's hard when she went missing when she was 5. So I think of her as a 5-year-old. She was 5 when she went missing. For real. But like I said, they showed us their, Summer's mom and dad have showed us exactly what kind of characters they are. You're going to take different interviews. You're going to, take different things of it than what I take of it, for sure. A lot of times people read something or hear something and you may get something different out of it than what I get from it, for sure. Sarah, I got to remember to put the link to that video I wanted you to see. There's like 4 different parts to it, so I'll drop the link to all 4 parts. But I think you'll find it really interesting. It's about a psychiatric hospital. For sure. Very interesting. Or you may not. I am not going to make you watch it, lady. But if you're interested, check it out. I was thinking about you. For sure. My mind is mush. I am going to get off here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for 4 hours. Jesus, take the wheel. It's weird for me, especially here lately, talking about Summer so much. Things will come to my mind, weird things like, for some reason, it came to my mind about if Summer was taken out of the basement, then whoever took her was nice enough to shut the door, right? Let me kidnap your daughter, but hey, I'm going to do you a favor and I'm going to shut your door after I take her out of it. Just weird stuff like that. Weird stuff like that, for sure. And I don't know. I don't know. But enjoy your, oh, I know what I want to tell you guys. Okay. I know what I'm going to be doing tonight. You may have known that this was going on. You may not have known that this was going on. But very interesting out there. All right, hold on. Let me share it. Hold on. Let me drop the link. This is the link. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm a commentative, in my opinion, given lady. Okay, hold on. They've got a commercial. Bless their pea-picking heart. Okay. Hold on. Here we go.
Are excited about this rare cosmic event, and stargazers across the world are being told not to miss a single second.
I'm not. I will be there. I'm excited. I'm going to video it.
Look up, because the sky is preparing for one of its most striking performances of the year. For days, astronomers have been tracking a rare alignment building quietly above Earth, a glowing full moon, bright planets lining up across the darkness, and a spectacle that could turn ordinary skies into a cosmic theater. Then comes the reveal. On May 31st, sky watchers will witness a rare blue moon alongside. A planetary parade featuring Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Saturn. The event is expected to be visible in many parts of the world just before sunrise and shortly after sunset.
There we go.
Despite the name, the blue moon will not actually appear blue. The term refers to an uncommon extra full moon that appears within a seasonal cycle. That rarity is what makes the event special. But the moon is only part of the attraction. Venus is expected to shine brilliantly in the eastern sky. Mars will appear with its reddish glow. Saturn will sit lower near the horizon, and elusive Mercury could briefly emerge for careful observers with a clear view of the skyline. Astronomy enthusiasts say the alignment is rare, because several bright celestial objects will appear together in a narrow window of visibility. Astrologers say the unusual alignment symbolizes heightened emotions, transformation, and fresh beginnings, adding to the buzz around the cosmic event. For one night, the universe is putting on a show, and this time, the front row is free.
Yay. I'm really excited. I definitely want to see that. Now, you can make moon water, okay? You can make moon water. Place a jar of water on a windowsill overnight under the moonlight to absorb its energy. Use this water for drinking, cleansing, or adding to baths later. Wow. Write and release. On a piece of paper, write down habits, fears, or situation you want to let go of. Safely burn the paper or tear it up to release the negative energy. Yeah, I'm doing that. Now, intention setting. You can write down 1 or 2 major long-term goals or wishes on a piece of paper. Keep it safe in a quiet place. That ain't gonna work out for me because I got a big mouth. This is folk magic. Place a silver coin or piece of silver jewelry under your pillow to aid in dream recall, or leave it on a windowsill to attract abundance. Boy, there's all kinds of things you can do. For spiritual cleansing, take a salt bath or sweep your home and sprinkle salt in the four corners to remove stagnant energy and invite fresh beginnings. Wow. You can even get a blue moon spell guide. What? That's kind of crazy. Huh. Oh, well. Y'all can check that out if you want. All right. Something exciting I'm going to do tonight. All right. You guys have a great night. Please remember Summer, Michael, Sebastian. Those are 3 cases, of course, that come to mind because I've heard so much about those cases, but there are many, many missing children. You know, just say a little prayer and hope that they are all found and that they are safe. Thank you, guys. Be you, do you. Go have a little fun. Do whatever you're going to do. Peace be with you all. Later.